What do you get when you cross a dinosaur with a piece of farm equipment? A Velosa tractor. Happy Friday, everyone. Welcome to the stream. And happy weekend. I hope you are well. Hooray, a good joke. I receive hooray, a good joke, and a tombstone, and a dead Battletoad. I love it. There's nothing better than a mixed reception. Except that hooray, a good joke is probably sarcastic. Thank you for being here, my friends. And Conga Line Monkey, first in chat tonight. Welcome in, Conga. Appreciate having you here and your enthusiasm for the C64. That's what we're doing tonight. A handful of C64 games. I think we're going to start off with Dino Eggs and Ghostbusters and Gyrus. And I'm not really sure where the night's going to take us after that. I've got a handful of other games loaded and at the ready, new and old. There's also a game called Facemaker that I think I want to check out as well. It's a game from my childhood that probably won't have very many minutes of content, but it would be interesting to at least one person on the planet to see it again. Dead Zergling, welcome in. Not first. It's true, but an admirable early arrival. I swear Frownie waits for me to grab a drink from the kitchen before he starts to stream. And Buddha Fingers, thank you for being here as well. Always great to have you here, Buddha. Are we gonna finish Contra? Oh, fortunately for me, I don't actually have Contra at the ready for tonight, so I think I'm gonna escape that one for now. We probably should. We probably should try to finish it at some point, shouldn't we? I still have to finish that terrible arcade port of Contra as well on the Switch. A horribly slow-moving, awful port of the arcade version of Contra. Ooh, I'm not looking forward to either of those. They're terrible. Why no victory posts for Battletoads? You mean in the Discord, in the victories screen? I just haven't gotten to it, Buddha Fingers. I'm kind of updating that. I'm kind of updating that in order as I work through the VODs in my like my backlog of VODs for the archive. When I get basically when I get to where I've finished trimming the victory reel, then I'm adding it into the Discord there. So that's just I'm just behind. I'm certainly looking forward to posting. To catching up to March and getting to post that Battletoads has been defeated and 1CC'd. He sees you when you're thirsty. He knows when you're away. Well done, Jelly, and welcome in. Thank you very much for that. I see the wheel. We'll give that a spin here in just a moment. I like Velocitractor. Thank you, Zergling. Thank you. I appreciate it. I don't know that I can take the credit for that one, though. If you really like that joke, you should be thanking my better half. It's no secret. It's no secret that the intro jokes are co-written. I'm very open about that. Mile High Roll, welcome in. Glad to have you here. Proudly proclaiming your not first status. but here very early, and I'm lucky to have you. I saw the DOS Contra. Looks rougher than the C64. Could DOS video games, could they Ah, you weren't proclaiming the first spot. You were just labeling your first comment of the night. I see. Um, can DOS video games handle more than one button? Because that's the big problem with the C64, right? Is it is the C64 understands a joystick and one button, and the concept of a second button existing is more than the C64 could ever handle. I don't know about a DOS machine. I would assume on DOS that you could have at least two buttons. In which case, Contra would be infinitely more playable. Although, because again, no secret, I play on original hardware almost all the time, but C64, we use the C64 Mini, which is a delightful, simple, mostly simple emulation box, basically, and it allows me to play Commodore games with a gamepad, which is not authentic, but it's much more fun. All right, let's spin this wheel. I tried. I put up with the joystick. The C64 Mini comes with a joystick, and I put up with it for as long as I could. But then I switched to gamepad. And if you have a C64 Mini, I encourage you to switch to a gamepad as well. And the gamepad that Agent Frownie recommends is the Pokken Tournament gamepad for Wii U. I get mild habanero sauce. I'm okay with that. Marie Sharp's brand. I know most everybody knows, but you gotta treat every spin of the wheel like it's somebody's first spin, right? Marie Sharp's brand hot sauce. It's a habanero pepper sauce. I have landed on the mild variety, which is not entirely without heat. Sometimes I suspect it's slightly closer to a medium than a mild. No, not the sunflower seeds. Oh, and welcome in, Sir Rack of Lamb. Sorry, I kind of jumped over you there. Believe me, I really do appreciate having you here, my friend. Thank you for joining us. I hope you got a wonderful weekend ahead of you, and hopefully I can help you get it started off right tonight with some fun on the C64. I did have a very spicy dinner, so I am prepared. We made a Thai basil stir fry. Jelly made it for me. And did a wonderful job. It wasn't quite as hot as it sometimes is when I make it, though. We're gonna be okay. Mile High Roll says I always win that way. by announcing first comment. That's a pretty tricky approach. Buddhafinger says co-written. I don't know if you're taking credit or deflecting blame. A lot of times the way our joke writing process works is Jelly will come up with the punchline and I'll come up with the setup. I don't really know what happens the majority of the time. I don't know if that's the way we most often write them, or if one of us comes up with a full suggestion. I feel like I'm more likely to come up with a full draft. To that end, I'm also to blame for many a rough joke, Jelly says. Come on, sunflower seeds. I'm happy to have not landed on those Siracablam. Those sunflower seeds are a little wicked. Let's get my big head out of the way here. We'll get into the game here in just a moment. I was grabbing a drink in the kitchen at the worst time, as Frownie planned it that way. Oh, that was in response to Siracablam. Siracablam says, friend's wedding tomorrow night. Congratulations. And Vegas on Sunday for 5 days. Oh, wow. Vegas, I love Vegas, Buddhafinger says. I've never been. Spent 12 weeks there for work a few years ago. Now it's for fun, Siracablam says. Excellent. I hope you have a wonderful time. Travel safely. And have a great time. I would say that I look forward to hearing about the wonderful time you've had when you return, but as I understand it, you wouldn't be allowed to tell us about it. All right, let me have a sip of tea if it's... I have tea instead of coffee tonight. I've already had coffee earlier today. So I've got tea with a bit of honey in it, but sadly no lemon. And I really just like tea with lemon and honey. And when one of those two things is missing, it's not preferable. It's like Fight Club. They make you sign a non-disclosure agreement at the airport. All right, so Dino eggs. I'm inclined to say that this is probably my favorite Commodore 64 game. That statement doesn't have a tremendous amount of meaning, since I am I'm greatly lacking in familiarity with the Commodore's library. But I find this to be a really fun game. I like games like this on the Commodore. I hope this doesn't hurt the dinosaur. These sort of single screen platformer type games. Oh no, I missed my jump. And also that fire is burning away really fast. Picking up that wood was a mistake. No, I got poisoned. How far did you get in Mystic Quest, and your thoughts? I'm really enjoying Mystic Quest, Siracablam. I got up to, I made it to a frozen water town, and I'm ready to go into the dungeon there the next time I pick the game up. I'm all set for the dungeon. So we'll be starting off really strong with Mystic Quest next time we pick it up. But I was really enjoying it. The music's incredible. I really like the sprite work of the game, and it may be kind of simple and straightforward and just like turn off your brain and mash the A button a whole lot, but that's all right. That's all right. It's nice to play a game like that. All right, we cleared a board. We are out of here. So we collect the eggs, collect the dinosaurs, avoid the hazards, and yes, do our best to survive and obtain our fortune here in the past. There's a lot of snakes on this level right away. There's a lot of snakes. And capturing that dinosaur is going to be tricky, I think. No! Poisoned. Just don't get double poisoned, Frownie. Victory. No, I missed my jump. I missed my jump. Ooh, spider. I do kind of wish the game had background music. That's kind of like the only thing the game's missing, right? We could use a catchy background tune. Okay, gotta build a new fire. Come on, put me somewhere convenient. This is pretty good. Yes. Zergling says for dinner, half a pound of salmon with lemon pepper on top. Nice. I love a lemon pepper fish. A pound of beef in Kung Pao beef for me tonight. Quick, get back to our time portal. Alright, we're okay. Let's get out of here. Stage 3, here we come. So I don't know how many levels this game has. I assume they're finite, and I would like to think fairly low, because it gets very chaotic, this game. And if I'm ever to have any hope of beating it, I kind of require a fairly low level count. Grab a power. I don't know what that power gain does. I still have never figured that out. Hey, Defiant Salem, welcome in. Hey, yes. Happy to see the Commodore 64 enthusiasm. Starting off here, this is a game I've played a lot on the stream, I know. And may be less exciting for people who don't want to see the same thing all the time, but I really like this game. And I would like to complete it at some point, to at least you know, because I actually assume this one has an ending, and it'd be really cool to be able to reach it at least once. Ooh, this is a nasty place for my time portal to be. No! Get back, get back, get back! Gotta build a fire. Quick, quick, quick. Go ahead and do a warp. Boy, I didn't want to be up here. Gotcha. Hey, Chozo Brain, welcome in. Great to see you. Welcome to Dino Eggs on the Commodore 64. Oh, nothing under that one. Alright, final egg. Obtained. If I can make it safely to my time portal. Nice. That's it. We're ready to head out. I don't remember any of the gameplay, but I do remember really liking Mystic Quest because of its simplicity. Some JRPGs get really complicated and make my head hurt. Yeah, I was saying, like, I've been saying, like, I'm kind of a JRPG noob, right? I've only played a very small number of them. I think only 3 all the way through. And I'm, you know, so I keep saying that it's really appropriate for me to play Mystic Quest since it's made for RPG noobs. To be fair to me, I do think I could handle a more complicated, you know, I could handle a more complicated game, but it's still nice. It's nice to not have to. Hey, the Mansta. Welcome in, Mansta. Great to see you. I hope you are doing well. I think a dino hatched and then got eaten. I wasn't oh. Oh. I forgot we could put eggs back. Oh, that's an important move. Oh no, I'm going to put my fire out. Oh no. No. Oh, this is horrifying. No! That's what I was afraid of. Smashed. Oh, what a terrible time. Alright, yeah, we're out of here. I'm just gonna have to eat the point loss. Which is not huge, but... I was literally just tangenting into C64 talk in another stream. Well, wonderful. You've come to the right place. I'm not expert on C64. There's a lot I don't know about it. So you probably won't learn anything from me about it. I'm more likely to learn something from you. But we've got a lot of regulars around here that are big C64 fans. And I have it's really the only computer gaming that I ever do is C64. Because it's the very first way I played video games. My dad had a C64, and I was first introduced to video games through it. Ghostbusters and Donkey Kong, Congo Bongo, Jungle Hunt, Summer Games, Face Maker, Gyrus, Dino Eggs, Centipede, Millipede, Popeye, Serpentine. I don't even remember what Serpentine is. I saw it on a list of games recently and was like, oh, I recognize that title. Don't know what the game is, but I recognize the title. We'll have to play it to jog my memory. I love Serpentine, Conga says. Yeah, I don't remember anything about it. But when I saw the title, I was like, oh yeah, that's another one we had. No, I'm gonna be poisoned. Look at what I did. I prepped my next fire by collecting the wood right there in the same place. Since I realized that you could put things down. I know I've realized that before, but I keep forgetting that that's something you can do. Uh-oh. Thank goodness. If that spider had chosen to come down, I would have been heartbroken. I don't want to have to climb back up here. Oh, jump. No, baby Dino. No. Ah, baby Dino, what are you doing to me? No, don't de-evolve. Oh. Let's put this somewhere else. Found a copy of Attack of the Beefsteak Tomatoes the other day and thought about getting it because of you. But I don't have a way to play it. Oh, I love Revenge of the Beefsteak Tomatoes. I don't know if they're... I don't know if that's the same game. Or if there is another one that called Attack, but the one I have is called Revenge. And it's, that's my go-to answer for a favorite 2600 game. It kind of, because it's kind of partially a funny answer just because it's such a silly title, and also partially true because it really is an interesting game. It's got a very weird gameplay to it. Talking about Olympic sports, and I was mentioning how much I loved Epic's Winter Games. Winter Games is a sad one because I had Winter Games, but it didn't work. Our copy of Winter Games didn't function. So I don't think I've actually ever played it. Ultima CJ, welcome in CJ. I don't think I said welcome to you. Sorry, this far into the game and reading the chat is using a lot of like my mental processing power. But I'm very happy to have you here, CJ. I hope you're well. And what was that about? Mystic Quest? I think I read. How was it? Yeah, I liked Mystic Quest. Very very good first impressions for that game. Everyone was smashed. Everyone was smashed. Everyone was talking about how great the music is, and I really have to agree. I like the rockin' tune during the regular enemy encounters. Is really good. The title music's really great. I like the sprite work. I'm even fine that it's like so straightforward and simple and easy. It's not super easy. I mean it is because it's super forgiving, but I certainly have lost a couple lives. So for all of my talk of I think I could handle a more difficult RPG, I might actually couldn't. I'm very angry about that. Why did that dino want to get eaten by the spider? I don't understand. Why did it have to be moving in that direction? Love California games too. We played that last time. We played California games. I think that I had that one too. I didn't remember all the games in the collection, but I certainly remembered the hacky sack game. And I think the skating game. So I think we had that one, but I didn't play it a whole lot because I couldn't. I think it was one of the ones that probably that we had, but that I very rarely played because I couldn't figure it out very easily. I only played the C64 as a kid when I was very young. So I kind of really only understood the like straightforward platforming games. That's okay. Getting smashed by the Dino Mom is not going to be okay. I'm going to cry in a moment when that happens. Especially since I'm so close to making a fire. Ooh, a spider. No way. Sorry, I know I'm really behind on the chat. These games don't really intend for you to pause. I'm going to risk it. I'm going to just warp out. I'm going to leave whatever's there. It was just a piece of wood. I gambled and it paid off. Hey, cows, welcome in. What is this? I don't know what day it is anymore. Cows on a Friday? How did I get so lucky? Thank you for being here, cows. That was close. It was close indeed. My cousins had a C64 with an Adidas shoebox full of cracked games. Oh, yeah. Yeah, 100% of our game collection was cracked. Almost every game in our collection, it started with the intro, said cracked by FBI and CIA. So I'm not entirely, I don't know who that cracking team was, but I owe them a debt of gratitude. I built that fire in a really bad place because I can't move those coconuts now without destroying my fire. You know what? I'm just gonna leave that Dino baby down there. Oh, no, I'm gonna go capture this one. I don't actually see any spiders. Oh, well, there's the spiders. I was thinking if no spiders want to spawn, I'm okay with that, but it's very punishing to lose a Dino baby. Nope. No, I'm not going to be able to save it. Minus 10 points, though. Brutal. I promise I would catch up with the chat. I promise I want to catch up with what you have to say. Thank you for your patience, everybody, that I'm failing to get to. Life is difficult back here in the past. Come on, let's start a fire efficiently. Perfect. It's still in a bad place, though. That's not much of a victory because the fire is still in a terrible place. Unless there's another piece of wood. There's not. So we may just have to sacrifice points again. No, I failed to jump. I failed to jump. Oh. Actually, I think if I hit that fire, I think it's going to I think it'll be all right because I think it'll knock it down to a level 1. And if I stage the wood right next to it, I can probably rebuild it. I'll do my best. Let's see if this works. I mean, I could just wait. It's almost at a level 1 as it is. I'll just wait. Oh, but no. That was, oh, I'm such a fool. I have the smallest brain in all of history. Alright, we're out of here. Cool. Whoa. California games, that was close. I always wondered what kind of games people would have made in the 50s and 60s if the technology had been available, Conga says. Started with Final Fantasy 1, 2, and 3. So I was too cool for Mystic Quest. The only JRPGs I've worked my way all the way through are Pokemon Blue, Pokemon Arceus, and Paper Mario. I've sampled / dabbled in a few others, but those are the only 3. Hey, PJ Cash, good to see you, my friend. Hope you're doing great tonight, PJ. Pleasure to have you join us. And yeah, this is the nightmare version of Burger Time. I never thought about that. It's very similar to Burger Time. I never thought about that. I like Burger Time too. So, it makes sense that I would like this game. Because they're so similar. That's amazing. That's amazing. Played lots of hacky sack on NES. Mansta says. I'd be interested. I've heard that the Atari 26 version, the Atari 2600 version of California games. I've heard that one is where it's at. Oh, my fire's going out. Okay, prioritize new fire. It's probably game over. It's almost certainly game over, my friends. Yeah, smashed. Oh, that was such a good run. We have another life? Let's go! Dino Eggs is the best game. It's super forgiving. What a kind game. We gotta get off of this cliff, though. Mystic Quest just has a banging soundtrack. It is good. It is good. And I don't know, because I'm, like, my opinions on RPGs are not really to be counted for much, since I don't know much, I haven't played very many of them, but I mean, I think it's fairly safe to say that people of any, RPG experience level would probably enjoy Mystic Quest, as long as you go in with your expectations in the right place. I don't see how you could be, overwhelmingly disappointed. I don't think there's really a threat of that. This is a nightmare level. This level is going to be mostly about playing defense, I can see. Oh. I'm not really going to be collecting much. I'm mostly just going to be minimizing my losses. What did I eat tonight? I had a Thai basil mile high roll. It was wonderful. Jelly made it for me. She did all the cooking. Usually Jelly does the prep and I do the cooking. So it was a real treat to have her do everything for me. I like doing the cooking generally. It's why I typically end up doing it. But you know, every now and then. As much as I like to cook, sometimes it's nice to not. Well, alright, now it's game over. Now it's game over. Wait, it ends with a de-evolution. Wow, we got so far, though. Stage 8? I've never been so far. I've never been so far as Stage 8. That was a wonderful run. I kind of suspect that, like, Stage 9 might be the last stage, so if I'd done if I'd hung in there just a little longer... If I had hung in there just a little longer... Oh, well. Alright, let me see. The goal of this game, Surak of Lamb, is yes, collect the eggs. You build a fire to keep the Dino Mom away. You collect eggs, and you collect hatched dinosaur babies, and you just warp around the cliff, returning them. Returning the things you collect to the future, and you watch out for the various wildlife. The snakes and spiders and such, because they will ruin whatever you're carrying if they bite you, and they'll poison you to make you de-evolve. But it's a fun game. I like the loop of it. Same. I originally got my name from one of those Game Crack intro screens. I was originally the shark. Oh, nice, Mansta. That's a cool story to have behind your handle. PJ says there are storms in the Midwest, so we're hunkered down in the basement, killing time till stuff passes. Oh, be safe, PJ. I hope that I hope that passes over without incident. We had a storm here. I think it's calmed down now, but it wasn't threatening. It wasn't a dangerous storm. It was just active. A lot of rain, a lot of lightning. I guess, lightning it's dangerous. I don't need to minimize it, but there wasn't like threat of like super strong winds or tornadoes or anything like that. You seem to always have the best meals, Smile Hyro says. Thank you. I like to eat well. Though to be fair, last night we just had peanut butter and jelly sandwiches, so sometimes I eat pretty simply. And there's nothing wrong with peanut butter and jelly. I love it, but it's a simpler dish, is all I'm saying. I went skiing today. My wife barbecued some pepper steak dinner. Haven't had a steak in a few years. Oh, I hope that you enjoyed that. Sounds like it could have been a real treat. Barbecued pepper steak. Nice. Thank you for the GG. We didn't quite. We didn't quite sorry, my paper towel stuck to my cup and I was trying to shake it off without spilling my drink. What was I saying? Oh, we didn't quite make it, to an end screen like I want to do with this game, but I feel good about that run. Think we'll try for one more good run. Think we'll try it one more time. Hopefully get one more good run, and then maybe we'll move along. I plan to play, this, Ghostbusters, and Gyrus are the first few games we're gonna do, and then I don't know what I'm gonna pick. I've got like 10 to 12 games like set up and ready to go at the moment. And I'd like to do like 5 or 6 of them tonight. There was a gross tornado a few years back, so I don't play around with this stuff. Thanks for the well wishes. Hope you're all doing well. No complaints. You'll get no complaints from me. The snow is finally melting. When I posted in the Discord that we had a storm. I think people assumed it was a snowstorm because I believed that the emotes for the reactions were all snowy, but it's actually just a rainstorm. There's still snow out there. Weirdly enough, even the powerful rain didn't wash away all the snow, but it has been melting. And boy, the snow and ice was not kind to the trees in our yard. There are so many gigantic branches that have been knocked down throughout our yard. So I've been going out there in the snow and trying to collect them. Oh, we'd love to have you, Mansta. Could I ask Cows or Conga if one of you have a moment? Can you share an Discord invite for us? We don't put the Discord invite link in the chat because the chat's preserved along with the VOD, and I don't know who watches the VODs, and it's kind of a small community. We welcome in anyone who wants to come in, but we do make everyone jump through the one hoop of having to get a invite through Whispers, just so I kind of have an idea of like when. So I have an idea of when new people are coming in, so that we don't get overwhelmed. I had cake for dinner, Cal says, was celebrating my doggy nephew's birthday. Well, a happy birthday. A happy birthday to him. I hope it was delicious cake. I had a birthday ice cream cake waiting in the freezer. Why do you tempt me this way? Resist, PJ. Resist. It's not worth it. Not during the tornado. Thank you, Cows, for grabbing that. And welcome in, Mansta. Mr. Peeves. He turned 5. He was very happy. Popped many balloons. Ooh, I'm starting off bad. The first thing I do is to get poisoned. It's alright, we made a quick recovery. Ooh. So you gain points for everything you successfully warp out with, and you lose points for everything that you lose or that you leave behind. Because you can actually move on to the next level at any time that you want. I think you are allowed to go into negative points. I think that doesn't end a run. But I don't think, like, I think you're only allowed to go slightly into negative points. If you get too low into the negative numbers, then I think that does kill your run. Because I don't think you can just warp out of each cliff immediately. and brute force your way to the end with a minimal score. I don't think the game works like that. Build that there. Nice, that's actually what I wanted to see. Because, ooh, I thought I was going to fall in the fire. I'm going to go ahead and stage that piece of wood so that when the fire burns low, all we have to do is get to it to rebuild it. But don't stand on top of my ladder. Move, Dino, move. So rude. This is a bad location to warp into. Photos in the Discord. Nice. Fire, die down more quickly. I burned to death. No. Someone randomly tied a dog to your brother's car? That is weird. That is very weird. Gave it to a coworker who has a dog and lots of space for the puppy to play. Right on. I'm glad it was found, you know. I'm glad it was found by someone who would take proper care of it. That seems so random and odd. Oh, that death really hurt. That death really hurt. He's working at Walmart. Seems par for the course for here. I'm trying to build a fire. I'm trying, game. Oh, yuck. A good thing that happened before I picked up the eggs. Never has anyone been contaminated so many times in such a short window. That's gotta be a record, right? No, don't. There's so many spiders. There's too many. Too many spiders on this level. I disagree with them all. Oh no, I don't want to leave the cliff. No, that would be bad. No contamination. Okay. Oh, no. This is not such a great run. Post a pic in the Discord. Thank you for sharing, Sir Rakalam. We're two deaths. I'm hurt. I'm hurting. Google TV, Chromecast last fall. There's a channel that's 24/7 Top Gear. And that's your go-to background TV. My go-to, like, I don't have, like, a lot of, like, broadcast TV on in the background. I tend to, like, my go-to, like, for background noise is either Twitch or YouTube. So whatever I find on there. But when I do have, like, a television as the background, cooking shows, food shows are usually my go-to. Gamer Jam, welcome in. Happy Friday to you. I hope your weekend is getting off to a great start. Please don't drop that spider on me. Have to go to the dentist soon. Oh my. My sympathies. I don't go to the dentist nearly as often as I should. That's bad. Always worry for nothing. I know what that's like. I try not to let myself worry about stuff, right? Because, what does it ever gain you, right? Either you worry, and then the thing that you're worried about never comes true, and then you spend all that time suffering for nothing. Or it does come true, but still, what did worrying get you? Because then you just suffer twice. You know, waiting for the thing and then living through it. So I try to remind myself of that when I'm overcome with worries, but it's not exactly easy to, like, control your thoughts, right? Oh, I shouldn't have warped. Well, it's alright. It worked out alright. I was able to intercept that dinosaur. Intercept another dinosaur. The game is now just delivering the baby dinosaurs to me. I don't even have to collect them. They're arriving for free. Run! I don't know if I've ever seen one of the baby dinosaurs get destroyed by the fire before. That was heartbreaking. Alright, come on. Warp me somewhere that I can rebuild the fire. Oh, perfect location. Thank you, game. They have a 24/7 channel of old Ultraman? I would be curious to check that out, I think. I've never watched it before, but one of the games I had when I was young was Ultraman Toward the Future on the Super Nintendo. It's a terrible game, but I loved it. It's really my only exposure to Ultraman. Like, I know it's a show now, but I knew nothing about it as a kid outside of the game, and really haven't experienced any of it firsthand. Alright, I'm abandoning whatever's under that coconut. One egg? Sure. You can have your one egg game. Need to make a trip to the thrift shop to buy a bunch of movies and have a movie night more often. I don't know if you were here when I talked about it before, Sir Rack of Lamb, but my sister shared with me what she and her husband are doing now. They have a movie night like once a week, and what they do is they draw a random card from their Pictionary game, and whatever whatever word they draw has to be the inspiration. Each of them chooses a movie, and they have to choose a movie that's inspired by whatever word they draw from the Pictionary set. And she shared with me, I think this week, the word they drew was lobby, and one of them picked the movie Dunstan Checks In, and I don't know what the other movie was. I think it was a Japanese film. I don't remember the title. But it's a pretty cool idea. I really like it. That's a good one, Saraka Lamb says. She's been updating me every week, telling me what word they got and what movies they picked. Even though I seldom get around to watching a movie. I like that she's been sharing with me what they're watching, because it's fun to hear about. Fire's going out. Uh-oh. Refresh the fire. We've done it. This is a very busy game. It's a very busy game. No! Oh, no. Yeah, that was my fault. I was dumb. Doctor Who, Baywatch, Antiques Roadshow, Cops, BBC Food, Farscape, Johnny Carson, Carol Burnett. I'd probably also watch the Antiques Roadshow, like of those choices. I think that one would be my go-to. Even though, like, I watch that show like every now and then. It's pretty rare. It's pretty rare that I watch it. I can't proclaim to be an aficionado or a regular in any way. But every now and then I'll watch it, and I watch it even though I don't care anything about like 99% of the stuff that they talk about on that show. I have no interest in antique furniture. But I could still get absorbed by that somehow. Excuse me. Found a TV with a VHS player built in, had a bunch of tapes I still want to watch. Today, I hooked the TV up to my Discord, played 007 movie as the movie night. It was fun, Sir Ike of Lamb says. I remember you sharing that you were going to do that. I'm glad it went well. You know, I thought I could time that jump. I shouldn't have so much faith in me. You think you can do a thing. It's probably a good strategy to actually, in a way, to have multiple fires going at the same time, kind of. Like, you don't really want to do that because you run out of time on the level and when your fires burn down and there's no wood left. But if you have a fire on more than one level, you wipe out a greater number of enemies, and that, like, there is value to that. I don't remember to watch my fire often enough. To watch for it burning low. As it is right now. New fire. Established. Perfect. Hey Dynamite, welcome in. Welcome to Commodore 64 night. And Dino eggs. This is my go-to answer for what is my favorite C64 game. Answer subject to change as I explore more of the library, but this is a really good game. I've yet to beat it, if it can be beaten. But we just had, this is our second run, we just had a really great run before this one. This run has been less good. It's not a trash attempt, but it is definitely less good. Baby Dino, please move away. Go to the edge of the screen, Baby Dino. No! I don't think I deserve to miss that jump. Or that one. Move, Baby Dino, move. The contamination is what I was seeking to avoid. I failed. Let's get out of here. Sparrow, welcome in. Better late to the party than never, right? Hey, you Frownie in chat. Thank you for the resub, Sparrow. Thank you, my friend, for your constant friendship and support. You're very good to me. 22 months. That's almost a year, Sparrow. We're getting close. Again, I'm sorry I've fallen horrifically behind on the chat. Again, I promise to catch up as soon as I am able. I have a Blu-ray player we bought a while back, and it's got a bunch of apps on it. Like it's got a Tubi app and a YouTube app, but I don't know. It's got a whole bunch. It's got like a whole bunch of channel apps, and I don't know what any of them are. I should make time at some point to go exploring through what's available there. I could have a whole different set of like background entertainment that I'm just missing out on. Perfect. Build another. Oh no! Ah, I thought I was safe because that thing was disappearing. Move, spider. Move, snake. Oh. That's rough. That's rough. Because the thing is, like, to warp out, you have to have something in your pocket, or a baby dino cage. It also counts as something in your pocket, and so it's rough when your warp is like not near anything that you can grab. So like I want to warp out just to put my warp door in a more convenient location, and I can't do that. There we are. You can also get a point just for breaking the spider's thread, and just for killing a spider, you get a point. That's always nice too. All right, we're gonna have to sacrifice some goodies because the fire's going out, and I don't think there's any way to rebuild it. So we're gonna warp out, and why did Dino have to hatch as I'm warping out and make me lose all those points? Love when they air reruns of Antiques Roadshow. They have a little overlay that shows if the current day price is higher or lower than the evaluation of the original air date. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that would make it more interesting. Too, I would like the point of comparison. Then you see, because then you get to see whether or not the person made a good, like, long-term deal or not. All right, I can pause. So I've fallen so far behind. I don't really like to pause the C64 games since like that's not really something they're supposed to do, but I'm so far behind. I want to get caught up with you, my friends, so we'll do that. A lot of random work, have movies on in the background. I thought why not share it in the Discord? I'm working on the computer anyway. A wise line of thought, Sir Rack of Lamb. There's a Bob Ross channel. Bob Ross in Spanish, Mystery Science Theater. I think the C64 counts as antique furniture, Sir Rack of Lamb says. There's our Dynamite joined us. Old Doctor Who episodes are interesting. I could see myself getting hooked on that, Mansta says. All I know about Doctor Who is like the little robots and the phone booth, but I've never actually seen an episode. Oh, and one of them like had a really long, like colorful scarf. One of the doctors, right? It's all extremely random and superficial. My knowledge, and very minimal. Never played this one. It looks interesting. It's a really fun game. It's so hectic though. It's so hectic. I love old Doctor Who, Sir Rack of Lamb says. Cousin had a C64. We had a TRS 80 color computer. I don't know how, but I've played every other relevant system ever made, even like Pong and stuff, but I've never seen a C64 in person, Dynamite says. It's the very first way that I played video games, where C64 games were my first games. So while I'm a console guy through and through, and never use a computer for anything, I have a strong nostalgia and love for the C64 yet. And I mean, your mileage may vary, but I'm lucky enough. I have a C64 for Mini. Sparrow, my mod Sparrow, very generously provided this for me so that I could play Commodore games on the stream, and I love it. Um, yeah, so I would say your mileage may vary, but the C64 Mini has been great for me. And you sacrifice a little bit of authenticity, but it allows you to play the C64 games with a gamepad, and that's really nice. To have a D-pad instead of a joystick. Thank goodness. Don't need to apologize for being in the zone. I completely ignore chat, and I'm playing Tetris. When I'm playing Tetris, you have to. You can't look away from Tetris. 2B app is another I've discovered. Been enjoying the 70s to 90s movies they have on there, especially the bad ones. Bad movies are good movies, aren't they? C64 requires precise and intense focus. No extra focus can be spared. Doctor Who is so old it started in black and white. Tandy, Coco, C64, and 2600 were my gaming before the NES. We had a 2600. We had a 2600 for a while. I remember having it. I remember it was one of those with the wood panel stickers, and we had the paddle controllers. Don't remember a single game. Don't remember ever playing it. I remember the console. I remember we had the console, but I don't remember nothing about it. So I don't think we had it that long. I went from C64 to, I guess, 2600 because I remember it, then the NES, and then it was just all Nintendo stuff from there on out for me. There may have been benefits for me too for doing that, Sparrow says. Thank you, my friend. I get to see Frownie play awesome games now. I appreciate your recommendations. A D-pad, yeah. I'm cheating. I'm using a D-pad. Again. If you want to get it, I'm gonna say it a lot. I'm sorry if you get tired of hearing it, but people have to know. I have to get the word out there. If you have a C64 Mini and you don't have a gamepad for it, but you want one, you want to get the Pokken Tournament for Wii U gamepad. It's so good for the C64 Mini. The words, so far as I know, you're not going to find that anywhere out there online because I went through a lot of I did a lot of reading, and went through a lot of trial and error, and mostly had a heartache trying to find a good gamepad for the C64 Mini. A lot are not compatible. Even ones that are supposed to be are not necessarily always compatible, it seems. But this one is, and it's great. Pokken Tournament. It's a Pokken Tournament gamepad, and specifically I have the one for Wii U. There's one for the Switch as well. I don't know if that one works or not, because sometimes different iterations of the same thing don't work with the C64 Mini. Like it's weird. Like there are Logitech controllers where like different versions of the same controller, some work and some don't. And so I don't know. You'd be rolling the dice if you did the Switch one. I don't know about the 8-bit Do controller, Mansta. I don't have that one. I couldn't test that one. I tested a bunch of random cheap USB controllers. But I couldn't even tell you which ones. A handful of different Logitech controllers. The Xbox 360 controller does not work. I got a shoebox of controllers that don't work. My aunts and uncles all had 2600s. Yeah, one of my aunts had a 2600 too with Pitfall. I remember sampling that, but I was too young and not clever enough to figure it out. Lots of 2600 with my cousins at Christmas and stuff. Nice. The step up from Atari to NES was mind blowing back in the day. Yeah, around 1983, I believe, Dynamite. I'm not really old enough to remember it to know about it firsthand, but around 83, console gaming kind of died until the NES came out. For consoles, but computer gaming was always strong, Conga says. And stronger overseas. Yeah, and not and yeah, and that's just the crash is relevant to America, as Sparrow is saying, not to Australia or Europe. Pitfall and Pitfall 2, Pitfall and Pitfall 2 are great, right on. I haven't really played them. I haven't really played them, but I've got copies of them waiting. All right, let me push some buttons again. Now that I'm a little bit more caught up, I can get started on falling behind again. Yuck. You gain 6 points for capturing a dinosaur, but you lose 10 points for losing one. This level is crowded and busy. Alright, gotta build a new fire. Please do not drop any bugs on me. This is abysmal. Look at how many of those flying things are up there. How am I ever supposed to get back to my time portal? This game is rude. I was 100% just set up for failure. There was no way. There was no end of game. No. No. That's I'm not happy with the way that ended. There was no way to win that situation. Ooh. I shake my finger at you, game. Extinct. It's simple dino math, Frownie. Thank you, Sparrow. Uh, I'm back after being scared by a thunderstorm and an ant attack, Salem says. Glad to have you back. Sorry about the thunderstorm and the ants. A lot of people having storms tonight in the chat. I had a storm earlier. My storm wasn't very dangerous though. No more dangerous than any storm, with a little bit of lightning is. Ant nados are the worst. Ants are the worst. We get ants. We get ants in our yard like crazy, in our driveway and in our backyard. we get huge colonies of ants, but thankfully we don't get them in the house. I mean, we get the odd ant here and there. You know, we might find one like every other day in the kitchen or something like that. You know, or a couple times a week. Um, thank goodness they don't come in the house, but they're out in the yard all the time. There are tornadoes all across the central U.S. right now. Yeah, I heard. I heard. Um, First time I played Super Mario Brothers, I remember thinking, "Wow, this is like way better than Pitfall." Rip Pitfall. The stream's messing with my head every time I hear you say Dino. I think my name is being said for a second. Completely understandable. I find maybe 3 or 4 daily in my bathroom and bedroom. I don't get fortunately for me, I don't get quite that many. Get all the Dyna eggs. All right, we're gonna call Dino eggs here. We'll move on to Ghostbusters, and I'll do a run at that. I'm probably only gonna try Ghostbusters once because it's a longer game. We'll see. We'll see. If I fail really early, we might make 2 runs at it. But I don't expect to win Ghostbusters tonight, but I would like to eventually win it at some point. There will be more Dino eggs. Very likely, you know, it'll kick off the next C64 night that we do. This game is not going away. It's too much fun. Too much fun for that. Have you played Pit Stop, Frownie? That was one of my favorites. I haven't. I can take a look real quick and see if I have that one. I won't be able to throw it on tonight because I won't have a control configuration file ready for it, but I'll see if I have it just to make it more likely for a future night. I can take a quick look since I'm about to switch games anyway. Oh, I'm in the wrong folder. Pit Stop. I have 3 collections to look through. I have The Pit Stop. It's written as one word in my files. That might be a typo. I would assume it's the right game though. So yeah, I think I've got that one. So that might be an option one night. I do like playing games recommended to me by the chat. Quite often leading up to, I didn't do it this time, but quite often leading up to C64 nights, I start asking for people to recommend a game or two, and I'll try to find people's recommendations. The thing about that is though, I don't promise to play every game that's recommended to me, and I don't promise that I'm not going to play. I might play it if you recommend a game, I might play it when you're not here. I don't like to do that to people, but it's hard to keep track of who recommends what games, and sometimes multiple people recommend the same thing. It's impossible. So if you give me a recommendation, I might play it, I might not, but I might play it when you're not here. So you have to keep those things in mind. He doesn't like to do it, but it's just simple Dino math. Were these like floppy disks then? Commodore could play games in lots of formats. Dynamite. There would be those big floppy disks, they're like 5 1/4, I think was the size, that are like actually floppy. Floppy disks. It could be on those. It could be cartridges. It could be cassette tapes. Commodore could handle games in a lot of different ways. All right, so we're gonna switch. We're gonna switch to Ghostbusters. Let me blank out the screen for a moment while I do that. I blank out the screen when I'm switching games for a couple reasons. One is I don't always like to show what I've got up my sleeve so far as possible games that might be upcoming. I like to keep a little mystery. And two, the music from the C64 Mini gets my videos copyright claimed. And I mean, I don't really care about that because none of my stuff's monetized anyway, but I don't like seeing that happen still. And so I don't like to have I don't like to risk recording the menu by accident. Yeah, none of my YouTube stuff is monetized or ever likely to be, but there's a matter of principle there. All right, I'm gonna need the keyboard for this. The keyboard's gonna be sitting pretty close to my microphone, so apologies if the typing comes through obnoxiously. I'm gonna try and keep an eye on it and avoid that, but it may happen at first. Oh no, I hope my copy of Ghostbusters is set up right. I guess we'll find out. Sounds like it's running a little fast. 50 hertz gameplay against 60 hertz. Might be set to PAL. I don't know how to handle this situation. I don't understand how the C64 Mini works well enough to fix games running at the wrong speed. No wonder this was a hard game for you. That's one thing, I'm sorry, you're kind of gonna have to put up with, because I'm not smart enough to notice the speed being terribly off. Like this, it may seem really fast to you, but it just seems normal to me. And I don't know enough about how it works to fix it. So I'm sorry, you're stuck with it. Pitfall 2 and Super Mario Brothers are fairly similar. Good luck. It's alright, I'll just have to be hyper-focused. Yeah, Sparrow, but also with that, wouldn't I have to switch it? Wouldn't I I don't want to end up having to toggle something. I would rather just play a game a little too fast than to have to go into menus and toggle things every time I switch a game. Because I don't know, like, I don't know if I've got a North American or a European copy of a game. Most of the games that I have, like they're labeled, they're labeled, they say US, Europe, and it's like, well, which one is it? Because it's one file, and I know that those aren't the same. All right. Here, I'll take one look. I'll take one quick look. So you're telling me, if I understand, I need to go to the options and select PAL? It's on PAL. My default model is C64 PAL. So to fix that speed, I need to switch it to C64 NTSC. Is your screen also set to PAL? I don't think I can change my television to PAL, if that's what you're asking. But also, the capture the video signal splits before it goes to the television. So the TV shouldn't affect anything. You're getting, like, what you see on the stream is video signal straight out of the C64. Well, it's out of the C64 into a splitter. View options. Oh, goodness. It's also complicated. I don't see a view window. There's computer monitor, boot mode, USB keyboard, legal notices, system info, and switch to classic mode. There's nothing about view on this menu. All right. Oh, you're talking about the display. Well, I have it in pixel perfect mode. I don't think that would change. I don't think the display is going to change the speed of the TV, though. I don't have it in European or North American. I have it in pixel perfect mode. All right. Let me reboot it. We're now in NTSC. So is this slower than it was before? Sounds about the same, I think. Seems normal to me. I don't think it's faster. It's either the same or slower. I'm not good at troubleshooting this kind of stuff. You gotta know. It's definitely faster now. I can't believe that. I don't know, Sparrow, are you telling me to leave it like it is now or go back to the way it was? I think there's been no change. What? You just said it's definitely faster a second ago. I don't understand. You're confusing me. I'm not smart enough for this, Sparrow. Remember, Sparrow, I played into those 64 games. When the game's running at the wrong speed, I don't notice. 20 frames a second, 12 frames a second, it's all the same to me. All right, let's jump in. Hopefully my controller is set up right. Where's F1 on this? Uh-oh. I might have to reset it again anyway, because I think that my controller's not set up right. I might not be able to move anything. Oh, I'm a disaster. Alright, my name, let's put in, Frown. Oh, I can't put a parenthesis. Alright, we'll just be Frownie. Don't need first and last. Do you have an account? No. On to your new business. As a new franchise owner, the bank will advance you $10,000 for equipment. Use it wisely. Alright, so spacebar to view the car options. No? Spacebar is doing nothing. Oh, maybe I press... Oh. I mean, you kind of have to go with the classic, you know, Ghostbusters hearse, right? I really do feel bad for people who played PAL NES games and then complain when they see them at the proper 60 hertz and they think it's running too fast. It's supposed to be like that. Europeans had easy/slow mode for a lot of games. I could use that easy/slow mode myself. You're okay, Sparrow. I just feel bad. I just feel bad that I'm not clever enough to figure this kind of stuff out or to notice it. Station wagon. Or the high performance vehicle, which I can't even afford. Alright, so we gotta go with car number 2. Now, will my controller work? My controller doesn't even work. Errors upon errors, my friends. Alright, let me get this fixed real quick. I could do this. I swear I could do this. I'm gonna have to kill my microphone for just a moment. It's good I did have the microphone in front of me, right? Alright, we're gonna be okay. My controller configuration file was mistitled, so it was never gonna play correctly. But I got it fixed. I got it fixed. We're gonna be okay. Let me step away for just a brief moment. I'll be back with you in just a minute, my friends. All right, here we go. I was playing the PAL version of Super Mario Bros. 2 the other day, and it was kind of fun playing it with the extra speed. That's following Fireman game on the SNES is a prime example. Most people play the power on NTSC so it runs quick, but it makes it smoother so it's okay. I don't think I know the Fireman game. I'm glad we got more time to enjoy the theme song during the confusion, Cow says. Excellent. I'm making somebody happy. That's good, at least. Played some PAL NES games that were frame adjusted, and playing them on an NTSC console, they run 20% faster, but sometimes it makes this for a smoother game, so it works out. Right on. The 80s when you could buy a car for $4,800 and still have money for paranormal equipment. Since the C64's primary market was in Europe, 50 hertz is the proper speed for many games. When you play it at 60, unless you have a specifically North American copy, you're playing it too fast. And that's what I'm always doing. And I can't tell. Uh, the Moon Patrol is in the same key as the Ghostbusters theme. Nice. It is yeah, it's so so when you have when the controller's in the wrong port on the mini, you can't fix it physically. You fixed the control port issue with software. Um but it wasn't gonna it was I had to change some of the file names anyway because I had them mislabeled, so it was never port 1 or port 2, it was never gonna matter. The it wouldn't see the joystick either way. I don't think. But we're gonna be okay. We're not gonna be okay because I left a letter out of the file name. I have to retitle it again. Who does anyone have confidence that this is going to work now? I don't. I love the Hot Wheels C64 game, even though it wasn't much of a game. Moon Patrol, here we go again. Oh, hopefully not. Hopefully not. Oh. Okay, we're missing video, but I think I can fix that. I think I can fix that easily enough. Maybe I can't. Where's the video? We're part of the way there. I'm not sure I have confidence, but I have encouragement and hope. Thank you, cows. Oh, C64, why are you like this? I love you so much and you hurt me so much. That's actually an improvement. This is basically what it was like really owning one back in the day. The C64 Mini, it comes with authentic troubleshooting. We're so close. Alright. I think the gamepad's working. We've got video, we've got audio. Thank you for your patience, my friends. What a disaster. Oh. Frownie. No account. Thank you for the trophies. Thank you for the GGs. That was harder than any game. Note to self: get 2 gamepads for C64 Mini. The gamepad, the gamepad stuff was all just. You really only need 1 gamepad. The problem with the gamepad was just me blundering and mistyping my file names. The video problems that we had were because I have cheap, terrible capture equipment. Alright, well, we've got to go with at least the hearse. I want to go with the station wagon, but I don't think that $4,000 is enough to buy the kind of equipment we need. And I don't know in this game that you can buy more equipment. after your I don't know if you can go back to the shop in this game, weirdly enough. There's probably some way to do it, but I don't actually know how. We're going to live dangerously. I'm going to go with the station wagon. And if we have a terrible run because I made a bad choice, then you know, we'll play another round. So let's see. PK energy detector, image intensifier, marshmallow sensor, ghost bait, traps are required, ghost vacuum, portable laser confinement system. Now, see, I'd love to have that, but I mean, I couldn't buy anything. All right, so why? My gamepad isn't actually working. The D-pad isn't working. The problems are not over. I tried the arrows on the keyboard. They weren't doing anything. They weren't doing anything either. Boy, when it rains, it pours, doesn't it? This doesn't look promising. Now the F1 key isn't working. Did something come unplugged? We've played this on the stream before. I don't know why I'm having so much trouble getting it to work. We have played this and it has worked on the stream before. This this might not be possible tonight, my friends. Oh. What did I press that made it do that? Use joystick to control forklift. It moved a little. I don't know what I pushed that made it move. Well, this game may not be in the cards for us, my friends. We may have to go on to something else. The F1 key works on the gamepad. Yeah, I can't get any buttons on the gamepad to work. Yeah, I don't know what's going wrong. Use joystick to control the forklift, but it's not, the forklift is not doing anything. Yeah, I'm sorry, I'll have to mess with this game off stream and see what I can do to get it working, because it's clearly not. There are no physical ports. There's no way to do it. And I've been booting, every time I reset it, I boot a different game that tells it to look at a different port. So I have the F1 key mapped to the gamepad, and it's reading when I press at the start to start the game. I press the F1 key and the game starts. So it's reading the gamepad for that. But for whatever reason, it can't read the D-pad for the joystick directions. I've never had it happen like that. It either sees the gamepad or it doesn't. And this is the first time I've ever had it see some buttons and not all of them. Heartbreaking. Heartbreaking, C64 Mini. You've let me down. Alright, let me pick a different game. We'll just play something else. We'll try this again next time, I guess. Let's look at... Did say I wanted to play Gyrus tonight. Let's try Gyrus. Ghost Busted. Yeah, more like it. This is a game that I had as a kid. Maybe... Maybe I broke my gamepad somehow, because it's not working in any game now. Grigori, welcome in. Hope you're doing well. Thank you for joining us. Vendetta, anyone recall it? A Commodore 64 game? I'm afraid I don't know that one. Yeah, this isn't working either. Huh. My gamepad's just not working at all right now. The buttons work, but the stick doesn't. The D-pad doesn't. Let me load Dino Eggs. We were just playing that one. It's working fine. I don't know. I don't know what's I don't know what's going on. Cuz this is working just fine. I don't know why this would work and nothing else would. This makes no sense. Yeah, let's try calling Commodore headquarters and ask them. Someone get Mr. Commodore on the phone. Let me take a look at my control configuration file. Let me just see if I can gain any wisdom from taking a peek at this. Everything looks to be as it should be. Maybe Sparrow, but that's not something I want to mess with tonight. All right. Well, let me just try and put on another game and see. I'll just move from game to game until I find one that works. Yeah, the Sparrow, got to be careful. Helping me out might count as a spoiler. All I'm doing is just literally trying every game that I've got available right now. But I think I'm going to have the same problem with all of them. I don't know why that would be. All right. I found one. I found one that works. At least it's going to work until it doesn't. Hey, Game and Fit, welcome in. Sorry, I'm doing a bunch of live troubleshooting right now. Certainly happy to have you here. But we got some downtime going on right now. No, I understand. I understand how the joystick port configuration works. Like I understand how it works, but I don't know if I could explain it very well. Basically, you have a .cjm file that has a particular line of letters in it, and you just name it the same thing as your game file. And if you want to try both ports, you have one game file that's plain, and you have one game file that you put _J1 after, and you have to have a CJM file that matches that too. And so you just have one for each. And so I'm loading both versions of the games, and so regardless of what port, one of the two should work, and none of them are. Hey, fresh and gluten-free, welcome in. Yeah, that's what's happening. I'm getting an April Fool's joke played on me. Oh, Cows is heading out. I've got an early day tomorrow. I've got to be heading to bed. Best of luck. Thank you, Cows. Sorry the stream came crashing to a halt before you had to leave. But I hope you sleep well. Thank you for being here. It was a real treat to have you on Friday. Have a great weekend, and we'll see you next week, Cows. Can't stay long, but wanted to say hello. I'm glad you did. I appreciate you coming in, Game and Fit. And I love the C64, fresh and gluten-free, but it's really hurting me right now. Change the NTSC back to PAL and see if that if that fixes it. I'll mess with that off stream, Sparrow. This one, it looks like Jumpman Jr. is gonna work. We've played this a little bit on the stream before, but I don't think I had a D-pad the last time we checked it out. This was a game that I had as a kid. I don't remember how well I ever did at it, but I remember really liking it because it's a platformer, so of course I like it. So let's see. Number of players, just one. And the speed. I'm not really sure what I should do for the speed. So I'm going to play it safe and go in the middle and just say 4. Vin Diesel is a huge Dungeons and Dragons fan. Most of his movies are better with no visible picture, Sirac of Lamb says. They're horror movies. Alright, so all we gotta do is run around the map and collect all the collectibles. Watch out for the bullet, and keep in mind that the collectibles change the map and sometimes make life a bit more difficult. Press the jump button to make Jumpman jump. Yeah, you can't do a straight up and down jump. Oh yeah, you can. Never mind. I don't know how to play video games. You can only climb up green ropes, and you can only climb down blue ropes. Oh, cool. And you fall off the ladder if you climb all the way up. I didn't know that. He does jumping jacks. He does. He does. Oh yeah, yeah, the NES ROM for the complete Donkey Kong. That's nice, man, stuff. Because yeah, the basic NES Donkey Kong, for those who don't know, Donkey Kong, the arcade game, is supposed to have 4 boards, but for whatever reason, when Nintendo ported it to the NES, they left out one of the boards. I'm pretty sure even the ColecoVision had a more complete version of Donkey Kong than the NES. That's embarrassing. Nothing against the ColecoVision, but you would figure that Nintendo would, you know, have a complete version of their own game on their own console. The C64 version of Donkey Kong is complete, though. No! I was looking at a list of all the different ports of Donkey Kong. You'd be surprised which ones actually have all four levels. Probably surprised how few have them. Oh, I'm doing terrible. There's no one on the leaderboard. I'm all alone. At the top. Some limitation of the black box games because they had no mappers. Better all alone at the top than at the bottom. Someone, probably. I like it. Words to live by. Alright, well it seems that we want to collect the things around the outside edges first. Based on what I learned about... This game is going to involve a lot of trial and error if I want to do it real well, right? The bogus. Oh. Boy, these technical difficulties have dampened my spirit quite a bit. This is the first time the C64 has let me down in a while. headed to bed. Lots to do tomorrow. Have a great night, everyone. Thank you, Sir Rack of Lamb. I have enjoyed having you, as always, my friend. And I wish you a great rest and a wonderful tomorrow. I definitely have to say, this is a game not without its flaws. I mean, the trial and error nature of discovering, right? Because, like, the trial and error nature of discovering what is going to happen every time you pick up a collectible is really obnoxious. And then the RNG of the bullet coming in as well, like, it's a game. I can see. I don't know why. I don't know why I like this game, because it's like the vast majority of your deaths are things that feel like they can't possibly be your fault. Being killed by trial and error and or RNG. Is there anything, like, less satisfying? I see myself getting hooked on this game, especially back in the day. I mean, I played this game tons as a kid. This is probably one of my favorite games. But I'm just now, like, I'm feeling horrified at some of its problems. That are all things I just accepted completely uncritically back in the day. I want to be the Jumpman. Like I want to be the guy. I've never played that game. I think it would drive me crazy, but I think it's supposed to. Really looking forward to trying the Pac-Man Competition Edition demake on my EverDrive. Don't think I've heard of that. Champion Edition. I've heard of that. The one you're talking about. I haven't heard of the demake. Is what I mean to say. I like a good demake, though. Championship Edition. Oh. Championship Edition, that's right. Hey, welcome to the stream, my new friend. Thank you for the follow. Certainly appreciate you coming on board with us. Hope you're having a wonderful evening. I don't know how long you've been lurking, but apologies for all the technical difficulties. If you're new here, I'd like to tell you it's not usually like that. And if you're not new here, then you know that that sentence is a lie. uh, uh, Jay Blingham, welcome in, welcome in. Thanks, glad to be here. Only been here for a few minutes. I'm having a lot of trouble, so we play Commodore games. I'm trying to do them like once every other week. We play them on the C64 Mini. I don't have the time, skills, or money required to maintain an actual Commodore 64 and library of games for it, unfortunately. So we use the Mini, which I enjoy a lot, and it lets me use a gamepad, but I've apparently made some errors, because a lot of the games I intended to play tonight, I can't get... I'm trying to play them now, the gamepad's not functioning, so... we had a huge mess of, like... me not being able to figure out what to do just a moment ago. But hopefully all that's behind us. We got a game and we got it working, and I'm gonna sink my teeth into this one for a little while now and try to do a good job. Apparently the people who made Championship Edition made the demake as a bonus, so it's semi-official. Interesting. No! I tried to go down the ladder. I'll take all the retro technical difficulties and all. Aw, thank you. I appreciate that spirit. Retro's what I like to do. The older games are where my heart's really at. It was a Wrecking Crew 98 game for the Super Famicom. Kind of blew my mind. I'm really excited to try that. Never played Wrecking Crew. Hey, we've got a raid coming in. It's Pally. Welcome in. Thank you for the raid, Pally. Great to see you. Welcome to Commodore 64, and tell us, what were you doing tonight? Were there any arts and crafts? And I know you were playing Stray before. Are you still working on that, or did you finish it? Give us all the details, please. I'd love to know. Welcome in, Desi Spark. Good to see you. And Squeaky Sneakers, welcome in. Thank you for joining us. Pleasure to have you here. No, you can't climb down the blue ropes. Green ropes go up, blue ropes go... No, blue ropes go... No? No, I did that right. I don't know why I didn't go down the rope. I'm a disaster. Alright, I gotta stop putting my name in. I don't deserve to put my name in. We're just gonna put in blanks. Root beer plus pear. Villy Valatin? What? I didn't mean to post that. Sorry. I would, if I read those in the other order, I wouldn't have read it. I don't know what it is anyway. Let's give a shout out for Pally here. Pally also is a big retro enthusiast, video game collector, arts and crafts aficionado. If you want to use that link there to give her a follow, you'll find some really good times over there. I was playing Stray the other day. Super short game, but it's good. Finished it tonight. GG. GG. Had a community night. Played Phasmo. Then continued with the question block Lego set. Almost done with that one too. How's y'all's night? Going okay. Going okay. I had some technical difficulties. We were having fun playing. We're doing, the idea is it's supposed to be a Commodore 64 variety night, and we played one game for a couple hours, and then when I tried to switch games, everything collapsed. The game I really wanted to play second, I couldn't get it to work at all, and then I couldn't get any game to work, and it was just a nightmare. But I found it. I got another one working. We're just starting it off. I'm doing terrible at it, but I will improve. I will improve. This is actually a game I had as a kid. I don't remember the specifics of it really well, but I know I played it a lot. I'm sure I could make it past the second level when I was a child, but right now I'm exhibiting no evidence of that. Thank you for the follow, Squeaky. Very much appreciated. Thank you for that. Boing. Jumpman, the original Mario. Very, very similar. Very similar. I don't know if Jumpman came before Donkey Kong or not. Okay, let me pause it for just a moment, and we will just make sure I didn't miss anything. If you've said something and I failed to respond to you, my friends, apologies. Sometimes I lose track of the chat, but I definitely value what you have to say. I grew up on the Atari 2600 and Texas Instruments, but my neighbor had a Commodore 64. First game was either Night Driver on the C64, Snake, Star Raiders, or Pac-Man. I've played Pac-Man. The other ones, I mean Snake, if it's like the mobile, like the game you would play on like old phones and stuff, where you eat the dots and make your snake grow longer, I've definitely played that too. If that's what we're talking about. I always say my first game was Ghostbusters on the C64, which is maybe true. It's a good candidate and it's a funny answer, so that's what the answer I give when people ask me. But it was probably that or Donkey Kong, or I mean, it could have been Jumpman, but I think it's probably Ghostbusters or Donkey Kong. It was definitely C64. All the very first video games I played were C64. Then we had an Atari 2600, but I don't remember anything about it. I just know we had it. And we got an NES, and I was all consoles and all Nintendo stuff for me from there out. I do other stuff, like I play other stuff now, but as a kid growing up, all I had access to was Nintendo stuff after the C64 and very brief window of time with the Atari. Apparently, pear and root beer together is amazing, so I was saving it to my notes. I don't know about that combination. I would have to. I would be willing to try it. I would be scared, but I'd be willing to try it. Maybe I'll find like a pack of jelly beans and I'll try to like simultaneously chew on a root beer flavored one and a pear flavored one and see what I think. I'll go with the artificial flavors and see if they combine well. That seems like a safer option for experimentation. Took a funny picture of a Donkey Kong cabinet. I saw the laser tag. I'll post it in the Discord right on Mansta. I'll take a look at that. I'll take a look at that after the stream. I look forward to checking it out. DK was 81, so this was a knockoff. I don't have the Discord. I use Discord on my tablet, and I don't always I don't pull it up during the stream since I can't share it on the screen. But I'll definitely check it out. Whoa. So, I disagree. I disagree. I feel I got robbed there. Run! Run! Can I make that jump? Okay, good. No worries then. See, we'll get better and better as I learn what I'm actually able to do and what I'm not. No! It's even imitating the death music. Well, I mean, the Donkey Kong death music's just a generic funeral march, so I think anyone's allowed to use that who wants to. I wouldn't put it past Nintendo to complain, but they definitely wouldn't. I wouldn't agree that they had a right. We cleared another stage. It's my creation. It's really something. The pear and root beer. So, like, you use fresh pear. I'm kind of a very like picky eater, so I'm scared of a lot of foods. I'm usually willing to try pretty much anything once, but once I decide I don't like something, I'm very hesitant to ever try it again. And while I will try most anything once, I'm always scared going into it. It looks like there are no bullets on this stage. Ever play Montezuma's Revenge on Apple II? I have not. I have not. I'm really a console guy, so like my only computer gaming experiences are limited to the Commodore 64. It's smooth and not overly sweet, aside from the soda, of course. Frownie watches the Terrifier movies when? I've seen the first one. I remember thinking it was alright. I don't remember the specifics of it very well at this point, but I remember thinking it was okay. I didn't regret watching it. I like a horror movie from time to time. I don't quite have the stomach for horror that I think I used to, but from time to time I'll put one on. The second one is decent. It's an experience, Dynamite says. After getting bullied on those first two levels, like this level's really nice. I like this level a lot actually. This ladder gimmick. I this was familiar to me. I couldn't have described this level to you like before I saw it, but when I saw it, I was like, oh yeah, I remember this. The moving ladders is a fun gimmick. I think this is one. I think that. Yep. Got basically living firestones dropping on us, coming after us. I think these stones are intelligent and they aim for us. I don't think that they fall just randomly. And I'm dead. Why are you collecting SpaghettiOs? That's my lunch. I'm not into horror at all anymore, Squeaky says. I tend to like older horror films more. I like movies that are more I tend to like movies that are more sort of like spooky and horror themed than actually really scary. For the most part, I guess. I kind of like cheesy horror films, like old slasher movies and stuff like that. Still, seems a lot more like modern horror movies are so bleak and nihilistic, and just have real like just a real downer outlook on life that I don't really I don't really connect with them anymore. So it feels harder and harder to find like a newer horror movie that I like. Like the like stuff like the Nightmare on Elm Street movies. I have a soft spot for those. I used to watch those a lot when I was in high school. I also just don't spend a lot of time watching stuff in general anymore though. Like I typically only watch a handful of movies a year, and I basically never watch TV series because it's too long. It's too much content. Last of Us is a great new series, Squeaky says. I certainly know the games seem to be popular. I have doubts I'll ever make the time to getting around to playing or watching it, though. Uh-oh. I love the noises of his climbing. The little footstep noises. It's a lot of fun. I always thought Freddy was funny. I'm like, is this supposed to be a comedy? I mean, they kind of are. They definitely become more and more comedy as they go. Never seen a Saw or Hostel or any of the morbid, gross, depressing things. I'm not. So I have seen those. I think I've seen all of the Saw films. I think I've seen 2 Hostel films. I don't know how many there are. I don't really like the. I didn't really get into the Hostel things at all. I liked the Saw movies a little better. Not super crazy about, like, you know, not necessarily super crazy about all the, like, gross gore stuff, but I would put up with it. I would put up with it more in the Saw films because they felt more like they felt like they had an element of puzzle about them. They're definitely goofy and don't really make any sense, but in the moment they kind of have the illusion of making sense. Hey Christian Cool, good to see you. Hanging out while doing stuff. Thank you for the lurk. Always appreciate that. I hope you are doing well this evening. Let me catch up a bit. It's cute. Sounds like an old Korg synth. The sound bank was all new. I've been enjoying the newest season of Stranger Things, but the episodes are long. Each episode's basically a full-length movie. I've heard good things about that series. I've heard it has its ups and downs, but some parts of it seem to be really good. Really sounds like feet. I've made some of those sounds before. uh, I watched Smile the other day and wanted to sue for 3 hours of my life back. Dynamite says. I've heard the title of that one, but I don't really know anything about it. Last of Us is the best TV in 10 years, for my opinion. Acting is stellar and stay true to the game. So well done. Went on a bit of a shopping spree and the 3DS eShop before they shut it down. Funny thing is, most expensive things I bought were the two Korg synth programs. Those are on the 3DS. That sounds interesting. Keep hearing people say how good The Last of Us is. Gonna have to check it out, Mansta says. I bought a lot of stuff on my 3DS, but I bought a lot of NES and SNES games. Several years ago, I went. I had a bunch of extra money burning a hole in my pocket for a while a few years ago, and I went crazy and bought a ton of retro stuff on my 3DS. So it's like filled to capacity with NES and SNES games that I love or want to get around to. Got the good ones. I had the medium Korg synth. Maybe I'll wait for the video game of the TV show. I missed the Miiverse. I never really used it myself. Bought all the Sega and NES 3D conversions, Mansta says. Didn't even know it was a TV show. I've played the games, though, Dynamite says. My uneducated outsider's opinion, I would question. It seems an odd choice to turn a modern video game into a movie or TV show to me, because so many modern video games just seem like they are already movies and TV shows to me. That seems like an odd choice. I hear people talk about, I've heard people mention like the possibility of like a Metal Gear Solid movie, and when I look at Metal Gear Solid games, I think they're already movies. Those are already movies. When is the game going to come out? And Echo the Dolphin? What about Echo? That game scarred me horribly. If you don't know, for those who may not know, I played Echo the Dolphin on the stream, and it took me forever to beat. I was working on it for a very long time, and I got to the last level. The last level in Echo the Dolphin is like a 6 to 7 minute auto-scrolling maze that's super random and annoying. It's ugly and the music is terrible, and it's just the worst. It's the worst stage. And then at the end there's a boss that, like everything else in Echo, is like pretty obtuse for figuring out what in the world you're supposed to do, and can kill you immediately. And then when you die at the boss, guess what? You go back to the beginning of the auto-scroller. So I spent 21 hours on that level. I spent 21 hours, not in a row, it was across several streams, but that's a long time to play one level. It was horrific. I will never recover. Terrible experience. Not recommended. What's the longest you've ever spent on a game? Chozo Brain asks. Probably Animal Crossing New Horizons. I played that for 1,200 hours or so. At least 1,200 hours. There kind of wasn't a whole lot else to do at the time. The longest time I've spent in a game on the stream is probably Dark Souls at 200 hours. just under 200 hours. But there are a lot of games that we've played a lot on the stream because I do those challenge runs. So like, you know, like Super Ghouls and Ghost, I've done a ton of runs of that on the stream. Contra, Super C, all those things. And a lot of those games, like, I replay a lot for, like, practice and stuff. So, Castlevania, we played for hours on the stream. Hours upon hours upon hours. So, it's, there are a lot of strong candidates. Echo's one of the 3D conversions. You never played it. You're in for an awful treat, I would say. I never understood why there were Resident Evil movies, good or bad. We didn't ask for that. I like that first Resident Evil movie. That's the only one that I've really seen. I actually like it. It's not a good movie, but I like it. Uh, spent 3 or 4 streams trying to finish Champions Road after completing each world within one stream up to that point. Yeah, Champions Road was rough. I did it in one stream, but I think it took 5 or 6 hours. I had to backtrack out of the area and go get a second cat suit to put in my pocket to clear Champions Road. I should try it again and try to do it as small Mario. No power-ups. Probably take me forever. There was drug use involved. There was legitimate drug use involved with the making of Echo. Don't know the full backstory. It definitely seems like it. It definitely seems like it. I was doing it without any power-ups. That might be the strat next session. Yeah, I backed out and got power-ups. Why are... That's weird. My buttons are changing the letters. I didn't expect that. Oh. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I know why it's doing that. Alright, well, just random letters then. So one of the things about playing Commodore games with a gamepad, because the C64 only has can only understand like a D-pad, like a joystick or a D-pad, and one button, a lot of games you have to use up to jump. So what I did was I mapped up on the D-pad to one of the buttons, so that if I had to jump, I could have a jump button. So B is actually the same as up on the D-pad on this controller, and that's why when I was pressing B, it was changing the letters because it thought I was scrolling up with the D-pad. Big brain move. Thank you, Chozo Brain. I felt proud of that one. There's a version of Contra on the C64, and because you need to be able to fire upward in Contra, they couldn't do that. But there's only one button, right? So you got a joystick for movement and aiming. You've got a button to fire, but you need to be able to jump in Contra as well. So what was their solution? Their solution was to jump, you press up, you press the space bar. You press the space bar on the keyboard to jump. So you've got to have 3 hands to play Contra on the C64. You need the because you got to have the joystick and the button and the space bar. I put the keyboard when I played that. I put the keyboard on the floor and tried to tap the space bar with my foot when I needed to jump, but I don't have the full body coordination. I'm not a drummer, so I couldn't pull it off. I don't think keyboard only was an option. A lot of C64 games, like if you have to use the joystick, you have to use the joystick. It's not like it. I don't feel like they often give you keyboard as an option. I could be lacking in wisdom, I will admit. Battletoads was a super long time as well. Battletoads is one of my longest first playthroughs on the stream. And that's really wild because of how like short that game is to beat. It's a 1 hour game and it took me 3 months to beat it. ET on the 2600 is kind of a similar case too, because like that game's got like a 5 minute gameplay loop and it took me 12 hours to beat. ET was horrible though. I had such wildly bad luck. I feel like a few hours in, I had become like as good as you can possibly be at ET. Like I felt like I was doing everything right after a couple hours, but I just couldn't complete a run. They did that with flashback on the Amiga for the third button. It's rough. It's really rough to use the joystick and the keyboard at the same time. You mentioned Echo. Whenever Sega made legit games like Sonic's or Streets of Rage, they could hang with the SNES all day. I wish they hadn't wasted time with goofy stuff like Echo and Toe Jam and Earl as its flagship games. Whether critics like those or not, no one I know ever wasted time on them. I don't know. I got a lot of people in my chat when I was playing Echo that would tell me that they really liked it and they played it a lot growing up, and I'm just like, I don't understand. I don't understand how it was such a miserable time for me. I was so frustrated and miserable for so much of my Echo playthrough, and then it just ended. It just ended in a cornucopia of agony. If I had grown up with like Echo the Dolphin as one of my first games, I think I would have just quit playing video games right away. I thought it was pretty and peaceful and colorful, Echo. I mean, it starts out that way. That's how they lure you in. That's how they lure you in. knew a guy in college who had carpal, so he learned to do his mousing with his foot. He was offering some tech support, and he got his mouse pad from under his desk and explained that to me. I said I didn't want to touch his foot mouse. Hats off to him for developing the coordination. Earthworm Jim was pretty good. Earthworm Jim is a game I wish I liked. Some of the levels in Earthworm Jim are so painful. That submarine race where you're running out of oxygen, agony. The bungee cord level, agony. The escort mission with the puppy, agony. The last level with all those spikes and the swinging on the hooks, agony. Oh. It wasn't the like roughest ride I've had trying to get through a video game, but boy, there are some bad times hidden inside of Earthworm Jim. I might just be bad at video games though. Maybe every game is just hard for me. Hey, we cleared a new level. Submarine level is horrible. I love the rest of the game, though, Chozo says. Thank you for the GG. My favorite game is Super Ghouls and Ghosts on the Super Nintendo. I love that game. That is my all-time #1 favorite. I had that game as a kid. I had a lot of really good memories with it. It was kind of like a surprise gift that I received one day under like just weird circumstances because I didn't usually get games randomly and unexpectedly. So like that was cool. And I always liked the like, you know, fantasy horror sort of spooky but cartoony kind of atmosphere it has. I like the controls, I like the double jump, and a lot of that stuff about it. I always liked the game. I could never properly figure it out as a kid, right? Like, I understood that you had to do 2 loops. I didn't understand how the stuff with the bracelet worked, and it's, you know, I didn't have the internet or Nintendo Power or anyone to tell me how to play the game. And the manual is worded kind of misleadingly, so I had a really hard time ever figuring out how to beat it, and I couldn't as a kid. But I always kind of liked the game regardless. And then, like, 10 years or so, I finally, like, buckled down and beat it for the first time, and I don't know, I just, it's grown on me more and more, and it's just kind of evergreen for me. I pick it up and play it any time and always be happy with it. I didn't really like hard games when I was a kid either. Like really hard games, like Mario games, which are a little challenging in places certainly, but that like Mario games were about like the level of difficulty that I looked for, something kind of matching to those. And now all I do is punish myself with impossible games. That's an addictive one. Very early SNES game, yeah. It's better than Ghosts and Goblins. I would say it is, but I also love Ghosts and Goblins on the NES. That's one I didn't play a lot as a kid. I didn't own that one. My cousin had it, and I would play it with him sometimes, but I was never any good at it. But after I finally beat Super Ghouls and Ghosts for the first time. I then went and I think Ghosts and Goblins was like the next game I did after that, and I have a strong passion for that game as well. Came around the end of the year in '91. Super Ghouls and Ghosts, almost a launch title, almost. Wizards and Warriors. Yes, I have played that. We did that one on the stream. That game is a jank, broken mess, but it's really forgiving. So it's still fun and interesting to play through because it's not punishing. It's like they knew the game was impossible, so they're just like, well, we'll just make it really easy to get through. So at least it won't be like it would be impossible if they weren't so generous with like your continues and stuff. That is like if we treat it like a real game, everyone will hate us. So we'll make it super easy. Uh, you got 1, 2, and 3. I played 2. 2 is less forgiving. Two is two has like a real continue system. I like 2 the best. I can't beat number 2. I like the style of Wizards and Warriors. It does a lot of really interesting stuff. But yeah, I had fun with the first one. The second one is kind of fun, but it's very frustrating. It's like the nightmare version of the first game. I'll just make another attempt or two at this and then maybe move on to something else for a while. It is nice that I've been able to pick up a couple that, you know, I am occasionally making it to a new level, but we are just seeing a whole lot of the same stuff. Hopefully I'll be able to get another game to work. My concern is that my concern is that if I try switching games, we're gonna have technical difficulties for another half an hour. uh, I'd like to try. I think I'd like to try to give Ghostbusters another try. I think what I'll do is I think I'll look on my computer real quick because we have played it successfully on the stream before, and I'm gonna look at an older C64 folder and see if I can find the version that we did before, and I'm gonna see if the other if I still have the older file and if that one behaves. So I think we'll try for Ghostbusters one more time. Oh, is that OMG for Ghostbusters? For the rare games. Oh, okay. Hey, Big Evil, welcome in. Let's pause for a moment. Great to have you here. Welcome in. Welcome to your friends. Hope you're having a good evening, my friend. Tell us about your stream. What were you doing? How did it go? Give you a shout out so that those who would be willing can easily use the link to give you a follow. Big Evil Gaming. I think I typed that right. Battlefield 4. Went well. Went back to basics with some Battlefield 4. Right on. Hope you had a night of many victories. Just discovered the Rare merch store. Impressively affordable clothes. I got an order from them this week. Got tees for Snake, Rattle and Roll, Cobra Triangle, and Slalom. I don't think I've tried any of those yet. I did. Hats off to you, Big Evil. Way to go. Also need to order the Solar Jumpman tee. Unfortunately, RC Pro-Am was out of stock. These are all Rare games? Wow, Rare made a lot of NES games. I was not aware. I guess because I've never played any of them. Like, I knew they made Battletoads because I've been playing that recently. There's my favorite NES dev. And they all have amazing music. I have to get around to... I have some of those that you mentioned in my collection. I've just never gotten around to playing them. Excuse me. That's the case of so many games, though. That's the case for so many games. Like, I have hundreds upon hundreds of games that I've never played. Cobra Triangle might be my favorite NES game after Super Mario Bros. 3. Made a lot of game show games. Want to do a night of those sometime soon? Right on. Game show games are kind of fun. I like to tune into streams where people are doing game show games and allow for chat participation. Though I don't feel like I usually contribute too much that's helpful. I like to try. SMB3, Final Fantasy, and Zelda, Squeaky Sneakers says. It'd be hard for me to decide. I'd have to think. I love Super C and Castlevania. You know, all three of the Mario Brothers games are great. I really like Zelda 2. I don't dislike Zelda 1, but I think I like Zelda 2 more. You know, just like I don't dislike Contra, but I like Super C more. I like Battletoads and Ghosts and Goblins. Journey to Silius, Ninja Gaiden, so many good games. As you can see, all of my choices lean very heavily toward action platformers. I do play other types of games, but I I will play like a kart racer or like other types of things, but it's action platformers is where my mind and heart always go to. Those are the games I'm always most enthusiastic about. I have kind of a narrow focus when it comes to my favorites, I guess. Konami was on fire on the NES for sure. Yeah, lots of great stuff. I shouldn't. I shouldn't challenge these things like that. I'm throwing lives away, just one after another after another. That's really no way to behave. I deserve the punishment I'm receiving, but I'm still sad about it. That one stone will not fall down here, though. What am I supposed to do? It's guarding the ladder. There's no way up. I told you they're intelligent. Oh, no. I was trying to outrun it. I missed the ladder. First Metroid game. That one I still need to play through. Waited 27 years to play Super Metroid. It was weird, like going back in time, but with no nostalgia. I played Super Metroid for the first time on the stream. It's one I never got around to. I've played 4 Metroid games. Super Metroid is hands down my favorite. They were all good, but I would rank them from best to worst. I would rank them Super Metroid, Metroid Dread, Zero Mission, and Metroid Fusion. You're just a stone's throw away. Alright, that's going to be Jumpman Jr. for tonight. It would be fun to play more of this, but the thing is, we're just seeing so many repeated levels. I kind of wish it didn't have a live system. Like, because as it is, like, when you die, you continue on the same level, but you don't lose any of your progress. I kind of wish it didn't have lives, but every time you died, the board reset. So you had to do the whole thing in one life. But, yeah, but that there would be no, like, game overs. It'd be a lot more fun to play through it like that. Yay, I mean all. Got about halfway through Metroid Prime 3 on the Wii, really liked it. So bought the trilogy, haven't gone back and played it yet. Yeah, I've got all of those games too, haven't ever played one of them. Gonna play through Metroid Fusion. It was the first one that you played. Metroid Fusion, I didn't appreciate being railroaded so much of the time, and I didn't appreciate how talky it is. That's my problem with Fusion. Is I mean, like if you're smarter than me and you're an expert at the game, I've heard like you can sequence break and it doesn't have to be so linear. But on a casual first playthrough, Metroid Fusion was super linear, and I just hated being bossed around by the computer all the time. I didn't like that about Metroid Dread either. Zero Mission is also very linear at the start, especially, but that was the first one I played, so I was kind of okay with that. But Super Metroid's the best one because it never talks at you. It's open. It's all gameplay, no nonsense. The other Metroid games have more nonsense in them than I would like. Star Tropics is probably number 3. I had a good time with Star Tropics. That was a fun game. Final Fantasy, played Final Fantasy on NES about a year ago. Still have never played Zelda 1 or Metroid. They intimidate me with their complexity and obtuseness, no doubt. No, I don't play because I play on original hardware and I don't have any flash carts. Not yet. I don't play. I don't really play a lot of ROM hacks. I would like to play more, but the Journey to Silius, where they turned it into a Terminator game, no, I haven't checked that out. It would be an interesting novelty, but I'm actually glad they lost the license. I prefer that Journey to Silius is not a Terminator game. If it had been, I would probably be less interested in it. I like for my games to be standalone properties and not necessarily based on anything. So the disconnect makes it a better game for me. I save movies and games sometimes as a time capsule. I can get that. There are a lot of games that I really like, game series I really love, where I haven't played all the entries because I like having games to look forward to. Castlevania's like that. There's a handful of Castlevania games I haven't gotten around to because every time I play a Castlevania game, right? Every time I play a new one, there's one less new one to play. So I I enjoy playing a new game, but it's a little sad because they're not going to make any more of them. Metroid on the Famicom Disk System has great tunes. Got 100% scans on Metroid Prime to get the secret fusion suit. Right on. I tend to admire a 100% run. All right, let me mess around with this game swapping for a moment here. We spent a lot of time on this stream tonight and haven't really checked out a lot of games, unfortunately. All right. Or the N8 Pro Fami version. But I think you need to pick up an AV Famicom to pull that off. So I actually have the AV Famicom. I'm thinking about getting that same flash card. I'm trying this. I'm trying this out. It'll only take a moment to see if this is gonna work. Hey Doe, welcome in. Your schedule's messed up. 3 days of getting up early. That's always it's always hard to do, right? To swap your sleep around. I mean, if you're like me, at least I have a rough time. I always have a rough time going from one like sleeping pattern to another. Yeah, this is still not working. Ghostbusters isn't gonna work tonight. I'll find us another game. I really wanted to play that. Tried Jumpman. Tried that one and it didn't load. Oh yeah, I tried this one and it didn't work too. Sorry. I know you can't see what's going on. It's nothing interesting. I'm just scrolling through a whole bunch of games and they're all failing to work. I ate too much. Help me, Jozo says. Oh, I wish I could. I can offer you sympathy, but that's about all I have. I'm a natural swing shift, second shift to graveyard. Yeah, I definitely do better with the I definitely do better with the later shift sort of lifestyle. It's way more my speed. All right, that's well. This one doesn't work at all. Ah, it's it's so agonizing. C64, why are you letting me down tonight? All these games on my list, almost none of them work. Let's take a look at this. Oh, Doe, thank you for the subs, Doe. Thank you for the gift subs. Oh my goodness, I appreciate that. Thank you. Very kind of you, my friend. Loyal to Soil and Squeaky Sneakers, take a key for coming in. Do you own Bram Stoker's Dracula on the NES? I do not, Chozo Brain. I gotta let you down on that one. Welcome in, Loyal. Pleasure to have you here. Just got home from work. Little late night in the West Coast. Happy to have you here. You are here much later than usual, Loyal. You're up way past your bedtime. Good to see you. Stomach needs space for 50% food, 25% gas, 25% liquid. We need PC and PS4 sub goals, Chozo says. I agree. I'm awake way later than I'd like to be, but gonna hang out with y'all while I unwind. Right on. We're having a lot of technical difficulties tonight. Just the heads up there. I keep trying. A lot of the games I'm trying to play, they're not working for me, and I'm heartbroken. But I'm gonna see if this one works. Let's try Summer Games 2. I had a lot of fun with California games. I had a lot of fun with California games, more than I expected. No cartridge to blow the dust out of. That's the problem. So I always say I had Summer Games as a kid. I think I'm wrong. I had Summer Games 2. This is the one I had. Unless Summer Games 1 is the same. I think this is unless if Summer Games 1 opens the same, then I don't know. But I think this might be I think like that looked real familiar. That looked real familiar. Compete in all events, that's what we're gonna do. Summer Game 1 events. Can I turn that on? Yes. Well, let's leave that off for now. So I think we'll do this like we did last time, where I'm just going to do the compete in all events, and I'll see what percentage of them I can actually figure out how to play. That looks really, that's really bright. That looks really, blown out for you guys. Let me see if I can bring the brightness down a little bit. Probably won't really help it that much, but there we go. Hopefully it's at least a little better. So yeah, we'll just try them all in a like straightforward pass, and then I'll go to practice and see about actually learning the games. And okay, I mean, I guess I might as well pick USA. Yeah, cereal for dinner, Loyal says. I had Thai basil chicken stir fry for dinner, Loyal. It was delicious. And my night's been really good. Aside from some technical difficulties with the C64, everything's been fine. I got a lot of great people keeping me company and chatting with me tonight. Games have been pretty fun. Aside from the heartache of some stuff not working. We're doing all right. Oh yeah, it's really good. It's really good. So it's just heat the oil, fry some onion and garlic, fry your minced chicken, um, add in habanero pepper, fish sauce, oyster sauce, red pepper flakes, soy sauce, a little bit of honey, and just a whole bunch of chopped fresh basil. And then we have it over rice with some fried eggs. Eggs fried in oil, so the whites are just set and the yolks are super runny. It's delicious, wonderful. A Thai chili would be more authentic, but I like habanero peppers. They're really spicy and taste delicious. So that's how we put it together. I like to cook my eggs. I take the pan, like I take a pan and put a generous amount of oil in it and crack the eggs into it and then spoon the hot oil over top of the egg so I cook it with and never flip it. But I kind of baste it with the hot oil while it's cooking through. And yeah, I watch it very closely, and when the whites just barely finish setting, I take it off right away because I like the yolk to be basically still completely liquid. If I'm having it over rice or over toast, that's how I like to do my eggs. I know, I'm a mouse, and yes, I do love cheese. In Australia, we like to put fried eggs on our burgers. I've never tried that before. I probably should. I think I would like it. Let me know when you and Jelly open a breakfast house, Loyal says. It's not because I'm a mouse. It's because cheese is well cheese. I really like cheese, but in very limited contexts. I usually like to nibble on I kind of like hard cheeses that are sort of sweet, and I usually like to just cut off a few cut it into like cubes and nibble on them plain. I don't often like to put I don't like to often put cheese into other things. All right, here we go. Long jump. Fault. I don't know what I'm doing, so this is going to be a lot of like catastrophe while I kind of figure out the controls. Put fried eggs in my daughter's ramen. I watched a couple videos on YouTube recently about making like fancy complex ramen bowls. I don't know if I'm going to get around to trying to make one myself, but I'm tempted. Fried egg on the burger works really well. Gotta figure out what I'm doing wrong. I love super salty cheddar or even Irish cheddar. Fault. Well, I didn't do very well at the triple jump. Falling flat on your face is a big part of the epic summer and winter games experience. Yeah, no worries. I'm not discouraged. I'll figure it out. The first pass through all the events is always horrifically ugly. But I'll put it together. I remember these. This is all very familiar. Oh, hang on. Which character am I? Oh, here we go. I've got it now. This is easy. Easy game. Victory. Thank you, Mansta. Welcome in, Waffle. Pleasure to have you join us. Hope you're doing well. Had a burger in Montreal with fried egg, avocado, and Gouda. 10 out of 10. I feel like my wife would probably really like that. I would be kind of scared. I'm a cowardly picky eater, and I don't have much of a taste for avocado, but hopefully I'd be courageous enough to at least give it a try. Ski jumping in winter games is hilarious until you figure it out. You'll RIP a lot. Right on. We'll try winter games sometime too. I don't think I'm gonna do two games in the same night, but I believe winter games is also on here, so we can definitely try it out. But I mastered the rowing. I made up for my triple jump performance with my rowing. First try mastery here. Recently tried out early Mac port of winter games. Wasn't the same without the color. It was in black and white. Fat Burger does egg as a burger topping. I love guac. Yeah, my Jelly loves guacamole. She loves avocados, and I just don't have the taste for them. Sounds like an 11. That burger. Oh, thank you for the bit, Mansta. I didn't catch that. Thank you for the 1 bit. Me too with avocado. It's the texture for me. Love guacamole, though. Crazy. You know, I don't know if I've ever tried. I may have never even tried guacamole because I think I tried plain avocado first and didn't like it, and so then was scared of guacamole. So maybe I should try some. Maybe I'll like it better that way. I love avocado as well, Chozo says. Javelin. All right. It's another one of these. All right, maybe not the best start. I think I got it though. $36 meters. I have no point of reference for if that's any good, but it's better than my first throw. I've tasted avocado. Find avocado tasted like buttery grass at first, but after the 5th try, I enjoyed it. Maybe I've got to work my way up to it. Spicy guac is amazing. Do recommend. You gotta have avocado with something. Love guac when paired with something like blackened chicken and a starch. Probably your pH was different, Squeaky says. I have heard, and I don't know if I'm remembering this right. I've read that it can take up to like 11 separate tries to integrate a new food or flavor into your like to introduce a new food or flavor to your palate. Well, I just don't know that I'm bold enough to try something that I don't like 10 more times. Hey, we got the gold. It's easy when you don't have any competition. I'm naturally a very picky eater as well. Until I got to college, I never even ate tomatoes, but I loved ketchup. Pretty much the exact opposite of that, Mansta. Hey, Tolatier, welcome in. Thank you for the raid. Welcome to your friends. I have a dread terror of ketchup. Like I have a phobia of it, and like I mean that in the clinical sense. Not that I've ever been officially diagnosed, but I have an irrational fear of ketchup. I can't stand to be near it. I find the smell of it to be incredibly repellent, and just like I'm uncomfortable just sitting at a table with a bottle of ketchup. I don't like to do it. I don't like to be around it. I love tomatoes. I'll eat tomatoes. I'd pick up a tomato and just bite into it if it wasn't such a mess. But I'll slice a tomato and eat it raw. Let me see if hopefully I've typed this right. Tolatier, tell us about your stream. What were you doing tonight? How did it go, my friend? We're playing C64, doing a variety of games. I've had a lot of technical issues, and a lot of the games I had planned for the night didn't actually work. So my spirit's slightly dampened by that, but thankfully I've got some wonderful people keeping me company, and that does a lot to help me heal from the way the C64 has treated me tonight. It was good. Did some Fire Emblem, learning some Grand Blue Fantasy. Can't say that I've ever experienced either of those. What type of game is Grand Blue Fantasy? I would guess it's an RPG, but I see that word versus and think probably I'm wrong. Still a great stream, Frownie. This goes with the territory. Thank you, Mansta. Very kind of you to say thank you. I will vet the games. I will vet the games more thoroughly before the next C64 night, though, so this won't happen again. I thought, because I'm picking games out of a particular collection that I got recently, and the first 3 or 4 of them that I played, they worked with no problems, so I thought it was safe to pull games out of this collection without vetting them, and I learned tonight I'm wrong. I learned tonight I'm terribly wrong. So I'm gonna have to, yeah. I won't let this unpleasant surprise happen to us next time. It's the meta. Getting the games to work is the meta of the games with old computer games. Oh, can we get back up? Trying to figure out why I keep falling down. Are there different drives on the C64? What's the operating system? Basic. I don't know that it I don't know that basic is an operating system as much as it is a computer language. I'm pretty dumb about computer stuff. That's why I always play console games. It's a lot easier for me to understand just a box with a power button. Controls look tight. It's pretty rough. The only buttons that do anything are up and down. And so I'm trying to figure out, like, you've got to hit some particular combination of up and down to make your character jump without falling. So just some trial and error, and I think we'll get it. Had a copy of Zaxxon for my Coco that took forever to load, and it would fail about 25% of the time. Ouch. We sit through that sometimes too with the C64 Mini, because a lot of my game files are there in .tap file, which is like a raw cassette tape format. And even on the C64 Mini, they have to load really slowly, like a cassette tape did back in the day. So with some of the games we play, we just get to sit here and hang out for a few minutes while it loads. Yeah, the same. Even though the Mini's an emulation box, the way it handles tape files is very similar to real tapes. Pass, jump, jump. Why in the world would I not want to jump? Failed. Well, I'm getting better at running. Failed. Eliminated. He even has a shadow. C64 had some incredible games. The animation in this is fantastic. Some of the stuff is real cool. Everyone I knew just used cassettes with the Coco. I only knew one person who had a floppy drive. I only remember using a floppy drive with the C64. I've talked with I've reminisced about it with my dad before, and according to him, we had tape and cartridge. We had tapes and cartridges too, but I don't ever remember using any of those. I only remember using the discs. Agent Faulty, that's me. I'm getting Prince of Persia vibes. It does kind of look like that. Or like Out of This World. It looks like. Ooh, the fencing I remember. I don't remember how to play it, but I remember it. Hey, I scored a hit. No! Droid. My opponent is a droid. Oh. Oh. I started off so well, and then I fell apart completely. Winner is droid. Match complete. These are some rough games, my friends. I want to go back to the rowing. No words of comfort. Bruce Lee was a stellar fencer? This would be much easier with a joystick. I'm actually at a tremendous disadvantage because I'm using a D-pad now. I sit because all you have to do is rotate around. So like if I had a joystick, I would be able to do that much more easily, much more smoothly. Ah, that's a shame. My D-pad bravado has come back to haunt me. It has. It has. I've made mistakes. I've made errors and I am paying for them. Kayaking. This is rough. It's actually the thing is the thing about this is the way it controls makes perfect sense. Like left is left, right is right. But the water really does throw you for a loop. There's movement in this water. Hey, Sparrow, welcome in. Good to have you back. Should have said welcome back, not welcome in. I hope you're well. I did not get it fixed, Sparrow. I'm just playing games. Like I'm just testing different games and just playing the ones where it works. I'm not doing any troubleshooting. No more troubleshooting on the stream. I'm just looking for games that already work, and I'll try and solve the problem off stream. I see what I did wrong there too. I got that figured out. Never played the 5200 or 7800. Yeah, I have no experience with those either. I've only played 2600 for Atari. I'm trying to get the Gemini. I don't think I've heard of that one. Had some solid paddles and joysticks with 2 buttons on the side and a sturdy joystick. Those are the best toward the end of the Atari days. Original joysticks died so fast. Angelus, thank you for the raid. Welcome in. Welcome to your friends. Thank you for the wheel dough. We'll do that in just a moment. Tell us about your stream. How'd Silent Hill 2 go, Angelus? That's a paddling. That's Simpsons? I can picture the character. I think he's a Simpsons character. Sunflower seeds, all right. So these are solar flare sunflower seeds. They come in 5 different heat levels, and we're still on heat level number 1. There are 5 packets of seeds, and I've divided each of them into 4 bites. We've had 2 of them of the level 1 so far. We're just going to work our way up in order. And the level 1 is supposed to be mild, but it's pretty intense, and it makes me very scared of what's to come. They sell this as like it's like the solar flare sunflower seed challenge. You're supposed to eat all 5 packets at once, but for the sake of the wheel and to make it more interesting, we're working our way through it slowly. But yeah, it's about a teaspoon, about a half a tablespoon, somewhere around there, of sunflower seeds, and I'm gonna endure them now. They're not impossible. They're not horrifically spicy, but they're way spicier than something labeled mild should be. I think cayenne pepper is the primary source of the heat. Sorry to talk with my mouth full. my. Oh. I'm not sure which facing which way helps more. They're pretty intense. Oh. Kind of hurt. There's nowhere to hide. Kind of hurts in my stomach a little bit. I think we'll be okay, though. I'm past the worst of it. How are those seeds treating it? They're pretty spicy. They're pretty spicy. I'm really scared of the ones to come. I'm really scared of the ones to come. Angela says Silent Hill 2 went great. Tried to open a safe, couldn't figure it out. Just left the safe behind. Maybe I'll be able to circle back to it later. Finished the apartments, though. Made it to the hospital. Okay, right on. Love seeing Isaac, Doe says. He's usually here with us. I appreciate the Isaac enthusiasm, and I know he does too. I ran out of ammo, though, so I'm back to using my plank to beat enemies to death. That can be pretty rough. They keep you pretty limited. They keep you pretty limited in that game. I learned baseball players like to chew on sunflower seeds for reasons I still don't understand. The practice has very much been imported to the Australian players too. I'm not sure, Sparrow. I don't think I even knew that was a thing. I'm scared of the coronal mass seed ejection. Hey, Doe, thank you for the gift sub. Thank you for another gift sub. Very generous, my friend. Very much appreciated. Angelus, take a key for coming in. Very, very much appreciate the support of the stream. Very kind of you. They have buckets of sunflower seeds and double bubble gum in the dugout. Final standings. I think we've seen all the game types now. Enjoy the Frownie. Spicy emotes. Apparently there's a sign asking them not to spit them out. That's how I learned of it. I was about to comment about the hole in the sun, and now there's a second one 2 days ago? I've not heard about any of these things. Hopefully we'll all be okay. We will be just maybe take your money out of the bank now. Oh. It would be a shame. It would be a real shame if I lost my bank account. How horrible life would be with both dollars gone. Some guy on a rocket pack? Superman? I'm hoping when I cash my spin, it hits the chocolate. We've sampled the chocolate before, actually. It's, the chocolate isn't as spicy as I thought it would be. For something called Diablo, it's pretty mild. This reminds me of Slinky. I think that song is also in Slinky. Those Bean Boozled beans don't mess around. There's been some insane Northern Lights videos coming out because of this. I think you misread that, Sparrow. Not country, century. Unless I misread something. I see 8-bit fireworks. I mean, we went through all the events. I haven't figured out how to play each of them, though, so we've got more work to do. Alright, I think it was just waiting on me to press the button. Alright, so practice time. Except... oh no, I don't know how to back out of practice. Alright, let's see if I can figure out how to do the triple jump. Fault. Always fault. That time I didn't jump at all. Four years of training, and this was the outcome. Welcome in, Rad. Thank you for joining us. I hope you're doing well tonight, my friend. It's a pleasure to see you. Trying to figure out how to play. Trying to figure out how to play summer games and doing it the hard way. No instructions. No help, just pressing all the buttons and hoping for something different to happen. All the one buttons. Action 52 win. I would be up for playing Action 52, Chozo Brain. Probably after I get a flash cart is when we'll play Action 52. But it definitely seems like the kind of thing I'd play all the way through. That may be a be careful what you wish for situation, though, Chozo. I mean, if you've seen me play 50 video games included, like, you know that, like, if I start playing Action 52, like, we're not going to display 1 minute of each game. Like, we might spend an hour or two on each one, the way I play games. Yeah, I've heard the Genesis one was better. So I definitely want to play the NES one. Love me some Olympic Games. They're usually always a slog. What do you want from me, game? I gotta say the animation on this is pretty smooth. It's not bad. It's not. It's a good looking game. I was gonna do Action 52 for April Fool's Day, but I played them previously. I got April fooled by my C64 tonight. All the games I thought were gonna work didn't. There's only so many like possible button combinations to make this work. Oh, there was progress. The Carrington effect. It was a geomagnetic storm in 1859, caused a huge solar flare, caused an aurora like the northern lights to be seen far from where you'd usually see it. Naturally, people assumed the world's end. The problem with geomagnetic storm of that proportion these days is it'll knock out many computer systems, if not all. At the moment, our monitoring should give us 24 hours to prepare for it. Best is it'll be without necessities for a week. The worst is if it happens without warning, which will send us back 100 years in the type of tech we have. Well, let's just hope for the best. Right? There's nothing we can really do about it. I don't think we're gonna stop the sun, so might as well just have a what will be attitude. I think if all of our bank accounts get wiped out, then they should just be reinstated. Everyone should just tell the bank how much money they had before the wipeout. We can all be on the honor system. We'll be fine. Surely no one would lie. That would be unthinkable. I can do a double jump. I can do a double jump. We're one away from a triple jump. I'm getting it down. Victory. I figured it out. So, if you're curious, what you have to do is you hold left on the D-pad and hold the fire button, and then you'll jump automatically when you hit the line. When your character's in mid-air, you release and then repress left and the fire button. He'll hit the ground and jump again, and then you release and press... Oh, sorry, right. It's right and the fire button. Release right and the fire button. Release left and the fire button for the last jump. Now, I'm not sure how I improve the quality of my jump, or if that's just kind of RNG. This is why you need a manual for old games, no doubt. So I have very mixed feelings about the video game manual. I think the video game manual is a part of a retro game. If you don't have the manual, you typically don't have a complete game. And I don't have any patience for people who complain about, like, oh, the game didn't tell me about this or that when it's written in the manual. It's like, well, the game did tell you about this and that. You just didn't bother to read half the game. You know, it's if it's in the manual, it's on you that you didn't know. It's part of the game. You can't expect, you don't, if you expect everything to be on the screen, then you're not doing it right. You don't understand retro games. So, but at the same time, I never read manuals. I never read manuals because they contain too many spoilers. So, typically. So, I respect the manual. I defend the manual. I think it's very important. And I think, I try not to get mad at a game. I try not to get mad at a game. Like, if I play at a game and there's something I don't understand and it was written in the manual, that's on me. Right? It's not the game's fault. I chose not to read the manual. And so if I suffer, it's on me. But I don't read them because I don't like the spoilers. So that's why I never know what I'm doing. They are spoilers if they're in them. They are spoilers. Anything I don't figure out on my own is a spoiler. That's why I can't read the manuals. I have a strict spoiler policy. For like sane people, you're 100% right, but I'm a madman, and I have a different view on things. Don't be like Frownie. I play games in the worst way possible. Super Metroid didn't mean a manual. I mean, Super Metroid is like a rare work of like perfect genius, so of course it didn't. But we can't, unfortunately, not every game can be Super Metroid. What's the state of C64 collecting these days? Are these things crazy expensive now? Well, the thing about that, Rad, I'm a physical hardware guy and I like to collect stuff. But with the C64, with retro computers and PCs, I don't have the time and money and skill it takes for that kind of collecting. We're using the C64 Mini. Basically a nice emulation box. And I like it. I like it a lot. It's a good little emulation box. But I couldn't really tell you what real collecting is like. I can say that the hardware is very expensive in Australia, and it's probably worse in the States because it was bigger over there, so there's probably there's more of it on the market, so it's probably cheaper than it is over here. I don't know. Well, I don't know. Sometimes I wonder what modern game manuals would be like. Imagine a Dark Souls or Bloodborne manual. It'd be 2 words, Chozo. Good luck. Don't think I've ever seen any C64 stuff in the wild. I don't. I've never come across it like in a thrift shop or anything. All right, let me do just another jump or two, and then we'll master another event. Just want to make sure I've got this ingrained for when we go back and do them all again. See, look at that. A hop, a skip, and a jump. All right. I'm feeling good. Feeling good about this one. Except I accidentally chose yes, so we'll do one more. Hop, a skip, and a jump. All right. So rowing, I'm already a master of. Javelin, I feel like I mastered as well, but we'll do one practice javelin. Well, we'll do a couple practice javelins. I say one, but we'll do a couple. $42 meters. This game looks a lot nicer than I remember it, Sparrow says. So this is Summer Games 2. And this is actually the one that I had, I think, because it this is all of this is familiar to me. $49. I only had Summer Games 1 and Winter Games. Yeah, Winter Games, my copy of Winter Games didn't work. Really impressed at the fluid motion so far. As an 8-bit console with wonky pixels goes. I would still, even with your advice, Mansta, if I play Final Fantasy on the NES, I would still try it without reading any manuals first. But yeah, if I was having too rough a time, see, I always jump into everything without reading manuals, but I will break down and read them if I have to. But I always try to do as much as possible without I always try and do as much as possible first without ever resorting to it, and then I will very slowly break down. Any reason for that, Frownie? I like the process of puzzling a game out. Like I really like sort of figuring out. I really like just discovering how it works firsthand. And I like when I don't know like all the mechanics and abilities in a game. I like to see how far I can get before I figure important things out. So that's why the stream has such a strict blind policy, because I jump in and I try my best to figure everything out, but like sometimes it's not obvious. And just I want to be the guy who like plays Mario Brothers 1 and gets all the way through the game without ever figuring out there's a run button. Because I want to give people the experience of watching my stream and being like, I don't know how in the world you beat Bowser and you never ran the whole game. Like, and I'll say, you know, I didn't know I could run. I didn't figure that mechanic out. It's just it gives us new and weird experiences. The less I know and the less I'm able to figure out, but still able to make progress. I was not always like that before streaming Rad. That's an attitude I've developed as I've streamed more and more. I understand what you're saying. Try to play every game and go into everything like movies and TV shows blind. Yeah. Yeah, that's what I like to do. And so that's why I have to be so clear and beat people over the head with the idea that for me, everything is a spoiler. Like, if you see me playing a game, don't tell me what the A button does. Like, don't... You know, I don't want to know mechanics, controls, settings, and none of that stuff, because I want to figure it all out, and I want to have moments where I'm confused and don't know what I'm doing, and I play the game poorly. That's not a bug, that's a feature. So that's kind of the way that's kind of why I'm like the way I am around here. And it drives people crazy. It drives some people crazy. They can't handle the way I do things, but I just love those moments of discovery. I love when I'm halfway through a game and I find out like I play Mega, like, you know, this isn't exactly where it happened, but like, you know, imagine someone who plays Mega Man X and they defeat all of the robot masters and then they figure out you can charge the Mega Buster. Right? 2/3 of the way into the game. Like, that's me. I'm that guy. And that didn't happen to me with Mega Man X, but there's a mechanic exactly like that in Castlevania 64, and that happened to me in Castlevania 64. I played 2/3 of the game not knowing you could charge your basic attack as one of the characters. I figured it out. I figured it out so far into the game. I was playing on ultra hard mode for a couple hours. So I like that. I like those kind of moments. I like that kind of stuff. And I have that attitude with everything now. And I did beat Dark Souls Big Evil. I made it through. I made it to the credits. I know there's a lot of stuff I missed. I know there's a lot of stuff I missed. I don't think I ever found any of the DLC stuff. We're going to do a New Game Plus run of Dark Souls, though, and I'm going to look harder for some of the things I missed. And I may, on the New Game Plus, I am planning to ease back on the blind policy just a little bit. And every now and then I'm going to ask for a few hints to help me try and find the things I missed the first time if I need them. But, that's coming down the line. That'll be a ways off. Thank you for the congrats. Yeah, I found stuff like like there's stuff I found that I couldn't figure out on the first playthrough, but you know, I'm gonna try. People gave me a little bit of general feedback about my first playthrough, that I think will make me a little smarter the second time through, and I just understand the game a little better now, So I'm optimistic that it'll be, you know, a smoother experience in New Game Plus, and I will find more things, but I will probably have to break down and ask for a few hints. I'd actually prefer, Chozo, if you would not fill me in about the painting just yet. I might ask you during the New Game Plus playthrough, but I prefer to hold off. If you wouldn't mind, please. Took me ages to get into an area in Elden Ring, walked around for hours. VR, welcome in, by the way. Pretty much only go in 100% blind with the latest Resident Evil releases. Right on. I love the optimistic sounding music, Sparrow says. It's good. I only go in blind for Metroid games and FromSoft games, Chozo says. Wise choices. No, I haven't watched a video game trailer in forever. I don't watch any of that stuff. Like when a Nintendo Direct comes out, I wait till after it's aired and I'll scrub through and just see what titles were announced and if they have release dates. But I don't watch, unless it's something I have no idea what it is, I don't watch the trailer. But if it's something that like when I saw, like when Pikmin 4 has been announced, I don't know how much has been revealed about the game. I don't want to know. I'm not looking at trailers. I know I'm going to want to play Pikmin 4, so I don't care. I don't want to know anything about it. I don't want to see the new Pikmin or new characters or new world or mechanics or anything. I'll figure them out when I play it. The only thing I want to know about Pikmin 4 is the release date. Right? Same thing for Tears of the Kingdom. I've watched no footage from it. I know the title. All I want to know is the title and the release date. Don't care about anything else. Don't want to know anything else. Don't want to see anything else. It's only if I see a title and I have no idea what the game is, I'll watch enough of the trailer to figure out if it's something that I would want to play or not. Have you played Mario's Missing or Mario's Time Machine on the NES? I have not. I have them on the Super Nintendo. But I don't have the NES ones. I have plans to do them, the Super Nintendo ones, and we'll probably do the NES ones at some point too. I have plans to do them, but a little bit further down the line. Probably in August. Good old summer games. Welcome back, Conga. Dark Souls 2 is a pain. I'm planning to do that one. You'll love that. Been here for the past few hours, just been lurking and editing, keep my mind off some real life things. Oh, I'm sorry you got something you need to be distracted from. Hopefully I've done, you know, a decent job at helping you forget about your cares. Thank you for the lurk. Yeah, I played through Breath of the Wild. That was a magical game for me. Breath of the Wild's gonna be your first 3D Zelda? Right on. It's a really good game. It's not really like any of the other 3D Zeldas, of course. It's kind of a completely different thing. But boy, I liked it. Alright, just a little more practice with this. I want to see if throwing earlier or throwing later make a big difference. So try for an early throw. Oh, also, I imagine it. Alright. If I do an early throw, but I don't pull back very far. Well, that was terrible. Alright, let me try a later throw. Better. Alright, so throwing later is better, but not too late. Oh, maybe I shouldn't read that big comment. I think I'll it looks like there might be spoilers there. Final Fantasy, full of spoilers. Breath of the Wild is part of yeah, I don't want to know about game mechanics. I don't want to know like what items exist and what they do. You know. Frownie, can we solve a long debate? Is a javelin the same as a pointy rock tied to a stick? I don't know. I've never even seen a javelin in real life. I mean, I guess a pointy rock tied to a stick sounds like a spear. Is a javelin a spear? A javelin's just a throwing spear, right? Oh, hang on. Trying out for various events in track and field. First time I tried to throw a job, I hit myself in the back of the head. Decided to do discus and shot put instead. Throw a javelin. Okay, I thought maybe that was just like an insider like nickname for him. I got one like really good, really far throw, and I'm not exactly sure how I did it. Oh, but yeah, Breath of the Wild is kind of what made me. It's kind of what set me on the path to being the crazy anti-spoiler guy that I am. Because I talk about that a lot. I was really disconnected from gaming for a long while, and still kind of am, like from modern games. Really disconnected, because I stopped playing and tracking games early in the GameCube's lifespan. I really fell away from gaming, and like I played the odd thing here and there. Like I played some Mario Kart Wii. I played a few of the like Call of Duty games, but it was like as like a social thing was pretty much all my gaming. Like my personal gaming was basically just replaying old favorite like SNES games over and over again. But like and then new gaming was all just like social stuff, whatever my friends are playing, which was not always like my kind of things, but we had good times. But it wasn't really until Mario Maker on the Wii U when that came out, like that sparked my interest in like having new and current games again. Right? Which is Mario Maker's just a throwback. But I was like, when that came out, when I saw that, I was like, I have to buy this game. I have to buy a Wii U, and I have to buy this game immediately before everyone stops caring about it in 2 weeks. As I have to play this game while it is still alive. And so I got a Wii U and I got Mario Maker, and it was wonderful. I had a lot of fun with Mario Maker 1. It's really the only thing I played on the Wii U too. I had a handful of other games, but Mario Maker is the only thing I've really played. And then the Switch was announced, and something about the like the announcement of the Switch really it really resonated with me. The launch announcement got me hyped up to where I knew I wanted to get it, but I didn't watch any like trailers or marketing or anything for it. And I was lucky, and I got a Switch, and I got Breath of the Wild at launch. And I'd taken time off work, and I did nothing but sit in my room and play Breath of the Wild for 3 days straight. And I'd gone into it so blind. I'm going to spoil some things, so I might want to plug your ears and hum for just a moment. But I went into Breath of the Wild so blind that like I didn't know that climbing was a feature of Breath of the Wild when I turned the game on. I knew nothing about it, and so it was just really magical to like those the first few hours on the plateau, and like seeing like all like the way the physics interacted, and how you could use the physics in the game to solve puzzles. It was mind blowing, and was a wonderful experience. And so that's what started to shape me into the I want to know nothing about the game, right? No mechanics, no features, no characters, no items, nothing. When I go into a game, I want to discover it all firsthand. And then Kirby's Dream Land 2. Kirby's Dream Land 2 like finished my quest to become who I am. I played that really early on in the stream, and I played it blind, and I was determined to get the true ending and to get it in one sitting, and I did, and it was a 9-hour struggle during which I battled some of the most relentlessly brutal puzzles I've ever come across. But I did it all on my own with no help, and I worked it out, and it taught me like right Breath of the Wild taught me if I'm willing to go in completely blind, I can have my mind blown, in amazing ways. And Kirby's Dream Land 2 taught me that if I'm willing to suffer long enough, there's no game I can't figure out eventually. Those are two very dangerous lessons to learn, because those combined have made me into a horrible monster. I barely gave you time to mute. That was close. I tried my best. I gotta go, Frownie. Good luck with have fun with the rest of the stream. Thank you, Doe. Thank you for being here. Appreciate having you. Thank you again for the gift subs. That's very kind of you. Hey, I gave the warning. Do you have levels we could try? Maybe. I'd have to look. My levels are terrible though, Sparrow. You really wouldn't want to play my Mario Maker levels. I I play Mario Maker to play the levels, not to make the levels. I don't have the brain for the design of the levels. All my levels turn out to be kind of trash. I have a whole world, Conga says. Plug. I'd be willing to check out your world, Conga. In Mario Maker 2. Oh, yeah, sorry. Manster was typing, and so I, 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 I thought the unmute had already happened. I don't really. Sorry, I keep doing this, just the same thing. Really proud I made it in this long without getting anything spoiled for Breath of the Wild. That's why I gave the heads up. I'm pretty sure that there's a good chance you already know the thing that I was gonna say anyway, but I'm not gonna take any risks. Especially since now I know I know not to ruin anything for you. I underestimate your level of ignorance. I'm like you, I don't make Mega Man Maker levels. I play them, Angela says. Yeah, my levels are never very good. My wife always wants to watch movie trailers, and she gets annoyed because I never want to watch them if I know I want to watch the movie. 52 faults. 58 faults. Nothing about this equestrian game makes sense to me. Disqualified. Oh, you get faults for stopping at a thing, too, I see. The way the horse falls just breaks my heart, Sparrow says. There's only 2 buttons in this event. So far as I can tell, like there's up to speed up and down to slow down. And so like it seems to be that just you have to be going at the correct speed as you approach every obstacle. You just have to speed up and speed down. Appropriately. Speed 3 is not enough for this. 1, 2, 3. Now it is enough. 4. Nope. Hey, Fuzzy Boots, welcome in. I don't get this game. I don't either, Big Evil. You can't be blind if you know the premise. Well, I certainly don't. I'm trying to work it out. Yeah, I'm the same way, Mansta. I don't watch any trailers for anything unless unless it's something I don't know what it is. I watch just enough to figure out what it is and make a quick decision on whether or not I'd be interested. Hey, Nintendo Nat, welcome in. Hope you are well. I tried in the 90s to make Doom 2 levels. I could never get the doors to work. How can you know you want to watch a movie without knowing anything about it? Same question for games. I just try to learn. I try to learn the bare minimum and make my decision, very ill informed. And if a game is a sequel to a game I already know I like, then I don't need to know anything. I know I want to try it out. Like if I played Mega Man 1 and I liked it, then I don't need to know anything about any other Mega Man game. I know that I just play them. I don't need to look anything up. I liked the first one. That's all it takes to then be interested in all the others. So why risk spoiling anything about them? And if you're lucky, sometimes you just have people you can trust to just tell you what games to play. Now, like my wife works in a library and they stock Switch, they have a collection of Switch games at the library, and she'll just grab stuff off the shelf that she thinks I would like and bring it home, and I'll just play it just based on her grabbing it. And sometimes they're wonderful and sometimes they're very dubious. Drinking tea in my pajamas, so I'm doing great. How are you doing? I'm doing well. I'm I'm wearing down a bit. I'm becoming a bit tired. My C64 night hasn't gone entirely as I expected. I had a selection of games for us to play tonight, but then I found while live on stream that a lot of them weren't working properly, so I had to. I don't know that I don't know what to do about that one. High jump, I think I figured out. Kind of. Well, no, not really. I failed it every time. I think it's gone better than you expected. I'm having a good time. I'm just, I was looking forward to some of those, but we'll get around to them another time. We've got lots of streams ahead of us. There will be plenty of time. So there's something about this, the way this controls. You have to tap the right direction. You have to tap right on the D-pad in rhythm with the way the guy's running to get him to speed up. And then you press the fire button to jump. But I can't quite figure out how to not knock the bar down. Ludicrous speed. I can do it. I just can't do it well. My favorites are always diving and pole vaulting. I think those are in this, but I think those are from Summer Games 1. And I don't have those Summer Games 1 games turned on right now. There's a local game store that has a VIC-20 and Commodore 64 in the box. On the one hand, I'm a little jealous to have not come across something like that myself, but on the other hand, I know if I did, it would be RIP my wallet. I'd grab them both. Oops, I didn't mean to quit. I don't have any prices on anything. They look up the prices on the internet when you ask them how much anything is. And the guy walks around barefoot in his store and gives you weird looks. You get weird looks from him and his friends while they play Magic the Gathering most of the time. Get a general price off eBay, Conga says, and give him a number. He'd probably be happy just to move it. Couldn't hurt. Why is this so difficult? Even at the lowest bar, I can't figure out how to get over it. I think I was doing something wrong. I mean, clearly I've been doing something wrong. uh. I don't believe that any human has ever accomplished this. We need to play Eye of the Tiger. Oh. The video games was a mistake. I don't want to. I don't want to read that. I don't want to read that joke out loud, Fuzzy Boots. I might get in. I might get into legal trouble. The Commodore 64 box says a sponsor of the Canadian Olympic team. I'm sure he'll be ready in 4 years for the next Olympics. The official stance of this channel is that Billy Mitchell is a delightful person and his mullet is not embarrassing, Conga says. Yep, I keep accidentally selecting no. I know I can get this. I figured out how to run and I figured out how to jump. I just need to figure out how to jump higher. I would assume that like just more speed meant more height, but that's apparently not how it works. I'm thinking there's probably some way to like control my guy while he's in the air. I mean, I figured out the triple jump and the controls for that were bogus. I mean, I can't even get over the lowest bar. uh, just have him run home. Fantasy, welcome to the stream. I hope you're having a wonderful night. Thank you for joining us. I've come so close to figuring this out. The solution is right on the tip of my brain. No idea what I walked in on, but I'm enjoying it. Thank you. Thank you. This is Summer Games on the Commodore 64. I'm just kind of I'm playing it blind and trying to brute force the mechanics of how to play the game. I've had mixed success so far. It's a fantastic book called The Art of Atari. Showcases all the classic 70s cover art. Nice. That's probably a lot of fun to flip through. Inbox with manuals, something you don't see often. What are we talking about? Oh, Sword Quest. Earth, Defender. A lot of 2600 games. Asteroid Star Raiders, Pole Position. I tried playing Star Raiders one night. That's a game I can't figure out without the manual. $14 to $30 Canadian each. Complete in the box with the manual. It's pretty cool. If you truly want a miserable time, play Dragon's Lair on the C64. That's on the C64. That might be something we have to do, Conga. Hey Eden, welcome in. Good to see you. I hope you're doing well. Is this the game where you button mash A and B to run fast? If this were a Nintendo game, you'd probably be right, Eden. But this is a Commodore 64 game. There's no A and B button. There's only one button. So far what I figured out about it is and I'm using the C64 Mini. So we're not on real hardware for this. So I actually have a gamepad, not a joystick, and that might be why I'm failing too, because the D-pad doesn't do everything a joystick does the same way. So that could be part of why I can't do this. But apparently you have to tap left in a particular rhythm to get your character to run fast, and then you press the one button. I know I got all these buttons and they're basically all the same button. But I press the one button to make him jump. But I haven't figured out yet how to get him to not knock down the pole. And I'm kind of just like I'm trying the same thing again and again, expecting different results. If you push the button too late, he can't jump. I did it, but I still don't really know how. I've got it. I've got it. After you push the fire button, you have to press down and then up. I can do it. I can do it. I figured it out. There's nothing I can't figure out. Frownie wins. Thank you for the GGs. Thank you for the trophies. Best victory of the night. Easy game. Easy game. I was never confused. What a time. Thank you for celebrating with me, my friends. Hey, thank you, thank you. Thank you for the bits, Fantasy. Welcome to the stream, Half-Baked Ostrich. I hope you are well. You've come in at a wonderful time. Does this have gymnastics? I'm afraid not. I'm afraid not. Let me catch up on the chat. I missed a few messages here. I just want to make sure I read what everyone had to say. Dragon Slayer, great music by Ron Hubbard, totally broken gameplay. Sparrow says don't encourage him, and Conga says I think he would give up gaming if he played it. Really? It's worse than some of the other trash I've played? No need for manuals. We figured it out, Mansta. I did it. Level 1 insanity right there. Yep, insanity. Did anyone else have to do this in high school? I was good at it, surprising everyone, including myself. I was only bested by this super athletic girl who did javelin throwing on the weekend. You actually did a high jump like this, Sparrow? I have never tried something like this. I would have failed 100%. Because of course you have to push down. Well, it's the down button to bend your knees. All right. Well, we figured it out. Let's go for the gold. Set the bar at the highest point, and let's just see. All right, but you know, I can't get everything on my first try. It would look too easy. Let me take just a moment to split my VOD here before it becomes too large to trim. We'll give it a quick cut.